Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Agung and my partner Rina. It's wonderful and precious time for us to be your master of ceremony in this beautiful morning, the 16th of November 2022.
Selamat pagi, salam sejahtera. Saya Rina dan rekan saya Agung. Sebuah kehormatan bagi kami menjadi Master of Ceremony pada kesempatan pagi hari ini, 15 November 2022.
The respectable Rector of University of Jember, Dr. Insinyur Iwan Taruna MM.
Yang terhormat, Rektor Universitas Jember, Dr. Insinyur Iwan Taruna MM.
The Honorable Vice Rector 1 of Universitas Jember, Profesor Dr. Andes Slamin M.Com SG PhD.
Yang terhormat, Wakil Rektor 1 Universitas Jember, Profesor Dr. Andes Slamin M.Com SG PhD.
The Honorable Head of ICCGANT, Profesor Dr. Andes David MSc PhD.
Yang kami hormati, Ketua ICCGANT, Profesor Dr. Andes David MSc PhD.
The Honorable Keynote Speaker of this event and distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen.
Yang kami hormati, pembicara seminar kali ini, serta hadirin sekalian yang berbahagia.
Welcome to the 6th International Conference on Combinatorics Graph Theory and Network Topology 2020. Ladies and gentlemen, first of all, let's say thanks to Allah who have given us guidance, happiness, health, and mercy, so we can advance this event without any obstacle. And praise and salutation always upon our Prophet Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam.
Pertama-tama, marilah kita panjatkan puji syukur kehadirat Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala atas berkat dan rahmat-Nya lah kita dapat bersama-sama menghadiri acara ini tanpa ada kendala apapun. Sholawat serta salam semoga selalu terpanjatkan kepada Nabi Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam.
Ladies and gentlemen, firstly, we would like to inform you about our today's agendas.
Hadirin yang kami muliakan, izinkan kami terlebih dahulu membacakan susunan agenda pada acara hari ini.
The first agenda is opening sessions.
Acara pertama pembukaan.
The second session is opening dance performance with Nyambi Pelteng Dance.
Acara kedua penampilan tarian pembuka Nyambi Pelteng.
The third agenda is singing national anthem of Indonesia.
Acara ketiga menyanyikan lagu kebangsaan Indonesia Raya.
The fourth is singing hymn of Universitas Jember.
Acara ketiga menyanyikan himne Universitas Jember.
And the following one is welcoming speech from the chairman of PUI-PT, Combinatorics and ICCGANT.
Acara kelima, sambutan Ketua PUI-PT, Combinatorics dan ICCGANT.
The sixth is opening remark from the Deputy of Rector for Academic Affairs of Universitas Jember.
Acara keenam, sambutan dan pembuka acara oleh Wakil Rektor Bidang Akademik Universitas Jember.
The seventh is reading a prayer.
Acara ketujuh, pembacaan doa.
The eighth is watching ICCGANT 2022 videos.
Acara ke-8, penampilan video ICCGANT 2022.
The ninth is presentations from our keynote speaker.
Acara ke-9, presentasi dari keynote speaker.
The 10th is closing.
Acara ke-10, penutup.
And the last but not least is announcements and the parallel sessions.
Dan acara ke-11, pengumuman sesi paralel.
Ladies and gentlemen, to take of time, let's start our agenda today with basmalah together. Step to the second agenda is opening dance by Tanggar Tari Hattari with Nyambi Pelteng Dance.
Acara kedua yaitu penampilan tari pembuka dari Hastarini dengan tarian Nyambi Pelteng.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Tanggar Tari Hastarini.
kaki berdepan.
Ladies and gentlemen, please give applause for Sagar Tari Hattari. Ladies and gentlemen, step to the following agenda is singing National Anthem of Indonesia, Indonesia Raya, and Hymn of Universitas Jember. Ladies and gentlemen, please stand up.
Silakan duduk kembali.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are entering the next agenda. That is welcoming speech by Chairman of PUI-PT, Combinatorica and Graph SIGANT, Profesor Dr. Andes David, MSc, PhD.
Acara selanjutnya adalah sambutan oleh Ketua PUI-PT Combinatorica dan Graph SIGANT, Profesor Dr. Andes David, MSc, PhD, kepada Profesor David, disilakan.
To Professor David, please go ahead.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Alhamdulillah. Wassalatu wassalamu ala asyrafil anbiya wal mursalin Sayyidina Muhammad wa ala alihi washabbihi ajma'in. Amma ba'du. Honorable Rector of the University of Jember, Deputy of Rector for Academic Affairs, Profesor Dr. Andes Slamin MSc, MSc, PhD, who is also the member of SIGANT group, and Honorable the distinguished guest lecturer today, Associate Professor M. Venkatachalam, and his wife. She is also a scientist, mathematics scientist, Dr. M. Mohana Priya. Welcome to our university. And all the lovely participants who are joining this session today. This is the 6th International Conference of Combinatorics Graph Theory and Network Topology. It is an annual conference which is organized by PUI-PT Combinatorics and Graph SIGANT, University of Jember. This conference aims to share our research result, especially in combinatorics and graph theory, and in general in mathematics application. In this session, we exchange our ideas to have a new theorem, lemma, or new application with an algorithm for problem solving. This session, we have more or less 100 participants who are joining online, offline, and we know there are at least 55 participants who will present their research result in the parallel session. Hopefully, this conference is benefiting to all of us, and this conference also become the icon of the knowledge and research development today and for the short future time. And again, thank you for the deputy of Rector Professor Slamin, and also our distinguished guest lecturer who already with us in this classroom. Thank you very much. And again, wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much to Professor David for the welcoming speech.
Kepada Profesor David, kami sampaikan terima kasih atas sambutannya.
Ladies and gentlemen, the following welcoming and opening remarks will be given by Deputy of Rector for Academic Affairs of Universitas Jember, Profesor Dr. Andes Kelamin M.Com SG PhD.
Sambutan selanjutnya disampaikan oleh Wakil Rektor 1 Universitas Jember yang sekaligus akan membuka acara. Kepada Profesor Dr. Andes Kelamin M.Com SG PhD, disilakan.
Profesor Slamin, please welcome.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat pagi, very good morning. Honorable Chairman of ICCGANT, University of Jember, my academic brother, Professor David, distinguished invited speaker, of course, Professor Salam. So sorry, sir. So that's why I agree because I never can memorize your name. Good, yeah, very good, yeah. So I think Professor Katalam is from Combinatorics and Science College, yeah, India, and his wife, Dr. Mohanaba, sorry, Mohanaba. And of course, other invited speaker, I think I have the list here. Professor Lokesa from Wijaya Negara Sri Krishna Deva Raya, Bali, India, and then Professor Ismail Najji Changul from Uludag University, Turkey, and from Indonesia we have Associate Professor Vicky Arianti Sugeng from Universitas Indonesia. And of course, all the others ICCGANT 2020, who participate to this conference, especially from overseas. I think I noticed there is from India, Turkey, and also Philippines. And welcome to Jember physically. And of course, the other one is virtually. And I'm speaking on behalf of Vice Rector. Usually I speak on behalf of President of INACOM, but now I've been replaced by other person. So first of all, thanks God for this wonderful moment. I think this is the 6 years since the first time we held the ICCGANT conference. And this is, as mentioned before by Prof. David, this is actually annual conference that organized by ICCGANT research group. I think this is good. And I pass our rector Srikat for Prof. David and other participants. He apologized because at the same time he has to go to outside Jember, I think in Jakarta, especially. So he asked me to represent him, to give welcome remarks, for the participant of ICCGANT. So as you know, this conference actually as a forum or as a place, for researchers, especially for graph theory and combinatoric researcher to sharing the idea and the new result in this field, amongst other participants. And before I forget, I would like to congratulate ICCGANT Research Group, which get very prestigious grant from Minister of Education, Culture, Research and Technology. I think the minister appoints ICCGANT Research Group as a center of excellence, as a pusat unggulan, center of excellence in graph and combinatoric. I think this is very excellent grant, and it is not easy to get this grant, especially we have to compete with other institutions from Indonesia, yeah. And I think the minister only give like 5 grants, yeah, and one of them is from Jember, namely ICCGANT. So congratulations, Prof. David, and even other member of ICCGANT. Yeah, very good reputation, yeah. So the objective of this conference, as Prof. David mentioned, is to become annual international forum where researchers, students, and also academics, yeah, scholars, scientists, as also teachers, I think, yeah, and practitioners from all over the world would meet in exchange an idea to share and to discuss theoretical and practical knowledge about mathematics and its application. Actually, I am one of the invited speaker too, so I will talk the application tomorrow. Yeah, well, actually, I prefer to talk as a scientist instead of a vice rector, yeah, because okay, because I will talk again tomorrow. I think that's all of my speech. And now, by reciting Bismillahirrahmanirrahim, I declare and officially open the 6th International Conference on Combinatoric Graph Theory, Combinatoric and Network Topology, ICCGANT 2020. I hope you all are enjoying the conference and having a wonderful time, especially our distinguished guests from India. I hope I really have very good time in Jember, and please come back again next time. We are really happy to have you here. Okay, thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much to Professor Slamin for welcoming us.
Kami sampaikan terima kasih kepada Profesor Slamin atas sambutannya.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are now entering the next agenda. There is a reading prayers by Zainul Rafiq Ridho SPD MPD.
Acara selanjutnya adalah pembacaan doa oleh Zainur Rashid Ridho SPD MPD.
For Mr. Zainul, please welcome.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin. Hamdan syakirin, hamdan na'imin, hamdan yuwafi ni'mahu yukafi mazidah. Ya Rabbana lakal hamdu kama yanbaghi la jalalika wa dimi sultani. Allahumma salli ala sayyidina Muhammad wa ala ali sayyidina Muhammad. Kama sallaita ala sayyidina Ibrahim wa ala ali sayyidina Ibrahim fil alamina innaka Hamidum Majid. Allahumma inna nas'aluka al-salamata fid-din wa afiyata fil jasadi wa siyadata fil ilmi wa barakata fil rizqi wa tawbatan qabla al-maut wa rahmatan indal maut wa maghfiratan ba'dal maut. Allahumma huwin alaina fi syakaratil maut wan najata minan nari wal afa indal hisab. Allahumma yassir lana wa la tu'assir. Allahumma inna nas'aluka al-ilman nafi'an ورزقا واسعا وشفاء من كل داء وسقام برحمتك يا أرحم الراحمين. يا الله يا رحمن يا رحيم يا مجيب السائلين. To you belong all praises. This morning we pray for your generosity to reveal our heart and our mind, so that we can achieve useful knowledge about graph theory and network topology from the 6th International Conference on Graph Theory and Network Topology 2022. Please, Ya Allah, add our knowledge and our understanding. Birahmatika ya arhamar rahimin. Rabbana hab lana min azwajina wa dhurriyyatina qurrata a'yun waj'alna lil muttaqina imama. Rabbana atina fid dunya hasanah wa fil akhirati hasanah wa qina adzabannar. Walhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Subhana rabbika rabbil izzati amma yasifun. Salamun walhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much, Mr. Zainur.
Kami sampaikan terima kasih kepada Bapak Zainur.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are now entering our main agenda days. We will start by watching video of ICCGANT 2022 and followed by plenary sessions by our keynote speaker.
Hadirin yang berbahagia, kita memasuki acara inti pada hari ini, yaitu penayangan video ICCGANT 2022 dan dilanjutkan dengan plenary session oleh pembicara tamu kita.
Before we started, I would like to introduce our three keynote speakers of today's event. The first presentations will be given by Dr. M. Venkatachalam from Combinatorics and Science College, India.
Presentasi pertama akan disampaikan oleh Dr. M. Venkatachalam dari Combinatorics and Science College, India.
The second presentations will be given by Profesor Dr. David MSc PhD from Universitas Jember, Indonesia.
Presentasi kedua akan disampaikan oleh Profesor Dr. David MSc PhD dari Universitas Jember, Indonesia.
And the third presentations will be given by Profesor Dr. Ismail Naticangun from Uludağ University, Turkey.
Presentasi ketiga akan disampaikan oleh Profesor Dr. Ismail Naticangun dari Uludağ University, Turkey.
And these plenary sessions will be moderated by Robiatul Adawiyah SPD MSc from Universitas Jember, Indonesia.
Sesi pemaparan materi akan dimoderatori oleh Ibu Robiatul Adawiyah SPD MSc dari Universitas Jember, Indonesia.
Ladies and gentlemen, please give applause for the stage. ICCGANT 2022.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Alhamdulillah wa syukurillah wa la haula wa la quwata illa billah, amma ba'du. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Honorable Rector of the University of Jember, Honorable Vice Rector,
let us express our gratitude to the God Almighty. Due to His blessing, we could join and share our experience in this conference.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Hamdas syakirin, hamdan na'imin. Hamdan yuafi ni'amahu yukafi mazida. Ya Rabbana lakal hamdu kama yanbaghi bi jalalika wa 'azimi sultanik.
Would not go in a proceedings. This talk will not go in the journal. This talk is private.
Basically, people are making some matrices from given graph, and after making matrices, basically we find out the eigenvalues.
And then at the end, I will give you some open problems regarding this topic.
But the graceful labeling is not unique, so you can swap. You put the largest number or the largest label in the center, so this is can be 4 and 0 is here. So
with some friends for the
A lot of you that will be interested to also do research in this new variation. So this
Honorable Rector, University of Jember, Honorable Dean of MKIP, University of Jember, Honorable Chairman of ICCGANT Research Group, University of Jember.
Honorable, my friend and my brothers who are being invited speaker today, Professor.
Nobody's going to read it. But then I want you to see that actually how an important piece of results or ideas, how it's translated into a solution for an application.
This is really great. I'm very happy to be here to see the development, interest, and also activities in combinatorial mathematics. So I'm very, very happy.
Many those vertices, and then if the polygon is entirely on one side of that hyperplane.
Yeah. So the label of V1 must be different with 1. So there has to be 2.
Years ago, and now this year is the 4th international conference of IT.
It is my great pleasure actually and honor to welcome you at the present conference which is held by ICCGANT University of Jember.
Okay, I think I am live.
okay. You are the co-host now. And you can share your screen. You can using the share screen feature in the Zoom.
Terima kasih and selamat pagi.
Okay, selamat pagi Jo. Okay, while waiting for Associate Professor Jorayan preparing.
It is simpler and trivially we can find the rainbow coloring. And rainbow coloring is not a proper coloring like just proper coloring.
Floor is yours.
Okay, thank you very much for your introduction.
And first of all, I would like to thank Professor Dafik for inviting me to give this talk in this conference. So I will first
Combinatorics and graph theory and network topology that have invited me to join our prophet to join of this conference. Sorry.
First of all, I thank Professor Defik and his group, second research group, for inviting me again in the 2020 for delivering a talk on graph coloring. I thank
Well, ladies and gentlemen, may I have your big attention, please? Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Robiatul Adawiyah. I am the moderator of this plenary session. I'm very pleased to see you here and welcome all of you in this wonderful occasion in the 6th International Conference on Combinatorics, Graph Theory, and Network Topology ICCGANT 2022. This conference is the annual conference which is conducted by PUI-PT, Combinatorics and Graph Theory, University of Jember. Ladies and gentlemen, in this first day of the plenary session, we have 3 invited speakers. The first one is Dr. Venkata Chalam from Combinatorics Art and Science College, India. And the second speaker is Professor David from the University of Jember. And the third is Professor Ismail Nassim Chamul from Uludağ University, Turkey. Before we go on to the presentation of our invited speaker, let me read the regulation of this plenary session. Every speaker has 1.5 hours. It consists 60 minutes for presentation and 30 minutes for discussion. If the audience has a question, you can write the question in the chat box, or you can ask directly to the invited speaker by using the right hand feature in the Zoom meeting. Let me call your name first, and then you can ask directly to the speaker. Now we go on to our first presentation from our invited speaker, Dr. Venkata Chalam, who will deliver a talk on B-chromatic number of subdivision H and vertex neighborhood corona of some graph. But before we begin the presentation, let me read the short CV of Dr. Venkata Chalam. Dr. Venkata Chalam is the assistant professor in the Combinatorics Art and Science College, and his research interest in the graph coloring, domination in graph, and also graph labeling. Dr. Venkata Chalam has about 201 publications in the Scopus with H index 39. Well, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome our first invited speaker, Dr. Venkata Chalam.
Can I start video here? Most honorable rector of this great esteemed University of Jember, honorable chairman of this esteemed second research group, Combinatorics and Graph Theory, Network Topology, and faculty members, Dr. Ika, Dr. Radhika, and other members of this second research scholars, students, and vice rector of this university, Professor Swami. A very good morning to one and all gathered here. So, I am very happy to being a part of this 6th international conference. I am very happy since ICCGANT organizing consecutively for the 6th time. This conference is organizing from today onwards. Today, my topic is on dichromatic number of subdivision edge and vertex neighborhood corona of some graph. Hopefully, I have delivered lecture on equitable coloring and harmonious coloring and some other types of coloring previous conferences here. Today, I am going to speak about dichromatic number of subdivision, both vertex and the edge neighborhood corona of some graphs. A bichromatic K coloring of a graph G is any proper K coloring of G having a V vertex. V belongs to vertex set of G for every color I, that is color of V equal to I, and for each color J not equal to I, there is a neighbor W belongs to V of G of V such that C of W equal to J. The maximum positive integer K for which such a coloring exists is the bichromatic number phi of G. Finding this number is known as the decoloring problem, which is NP pod, and it is NP complete for trees. The concept of dichromatic number was introduced by Irving and Manlove in the year 1999. A formal definition: a decoloring of a class G is a proper coloring of the vertices of G such that there exists a vertex in each color class joined to at least a vertex in each other color classes. Such a vertex is called a dominating vertex or B vertex. The bichromatic number of a graph G is denoted by phi of G. Next, the definition of corona. Let G1 and G2 be two graphs. Let V of G1 equal to the vertices A1, A2, etc. AN, and take n copies of G2. The corona G1 corona G2 is the graph obtained by joining each Vi to every vertex of the ith copy of G2, where I varies from 1 to n. The definition for subdivision graph. The subdivision graph S of G results from inserting a new vertex into every edge of a graph G
with the set of vertices V of G. Let I of G be the set of inserted vertices. The definition for neighborhood corona. The neighborhood corona G1 and G2 of two graphs is the graph obtained by taking one copy of G1 and cardinality of vertex set of G1 copies of G2 and joining the neighbors of the ith vertex of G1 to every vertex in the ith copy of G2. Let G be a graph with a set of vertices V of G and a set of edges V of G. The neighborhood and degree of a vertex V belongs to V of G are respectively denoted by NG of V and DG of V. If there is no risk of confusion, then we use the respective notations. Neighborhood means capital N of V, degree means small d of V. In addition, delta of G denotes the maximum vertex degree of the graph G. Further, the path, cycle, and star of order n greater than 2 are respectively denoted by Pn, Cn, and Sn minus 1. The complete graph of order n is denoted by Kn. In the year 2013, only very recent, Liu and Lu introduced the subdivision vertex neighborhood corona for two graphs G and H of by adding mod V of, that is mod V of G means number of vertices in V graph G, that is cardinality of V of G, vertex disjoint copies of H to S of G, so that each neighbor of the ith vertex of V of G is joined to every vertex in the ith copy of H. Here we are using the notation Sij denotes the vertex in I of G that is inserted in the edge Ui, Uj belongs to E of G. Similarly, Vij power k denotes the copy of each vertex Vk belongs to V of H that is associated to the vertex Sij belongs to I of G. So this is the example for subdivision edge neighborhood corona. Here we are taken G is C4, that is cycle with the 4 vertices, and H is a path on 2 vertices. Here we are labeling for the cycle U0, U1, U2, U3, for the path V0 and V1. Here, subdivision H neighborhood corona of G and H in the right side. Here, inserting each and every edge of cycle C, we are with the new vertices. The new vertices are S01, S12, S23, and S03. Here S01 means U0 and U1. So we are using the notation S01. Similarly, for U1 and U2H, we are using S12, U11 and taking 2 from U2. And similarly, the edge U2 and U3, we are inserting the new vertex S23. Since U2 means take 2, U3 means take 3. Similarly, U0 and U3 take S03. Here we are having 4 copies of H. Since in the G we have 4 vertices, so taking 4 copies of H, and if you see for U0, U1 is the neighbor. For U0, U1 is the neighbor. So make the adjacency between V01 and V01. Similarly, if you make the adjacents from the H to the neighbors of G. Same in the year 2013, Liu and the same authors also introduced subdivision H neighborhood corona G and H of 2 graphs by adding mod I of G vertex disjoint copies of H to S of G, so that each neighbor of the ith vertex of I of G joined by every vertex of the ith copy of H. Here Sij denotes the vertex in I of G that is inserted in an edge Vi, Vj belongs to E of G. Depending on the convenience, we may also denote this vertex by Sji. Vij denotes the copy of each vertex Vj belongs to E of H in the I plus 1th copy of the graph H. Here the example for the subdivision vertex neighborhood corona product. Same here we are taking C4 for the graph G and P2 for the H. Here subdivision vertex neighborhood corona product in the right side. Here also the new vertices S01, S12, S23, S03, and here make the adjacency for only the inserted vertices. Neighborhood edge, sorry, subdivision edge neighborhoods mean make the adjacency for the neighbors of the new vertex. Here make the adjacency for the new vertex. Now the relation between the maximum degrees of the subdivision edge and vertex neighborhood corona of graphs. Maximum degree of subdivision edge neighborhood corona of G and H, which is equal to maximum degree of G into mod V of H plus 1. That is the multiplication of del of G into mod V of H plus 1. And maximum degree of subdivision vertex neighborhood corona of G and H equal to maximum of 2t plus 2 comma del of G plus del of H. Here T means the order of H and N means order of G. That is, N means number of vertices in G, T means number of vertices in H. Where G is a graph with the N number of vertices and H is any graph with order T, such that maximum degree of subdivision vertex neighborhood corona of G and H equal to maximum of 2t plus 2 comma del of G plus del of H. Now we have started with our new results. For taking these results, we have worked for the 2 years. Okay. Now partially, half of the work has been accepted for the publications in the discrete mathematics algorithms and application, Focus Intellectual Journal, published by the Scientific World. So I am happy to present our new results here. The lemma 1, it is verified that chromatic number of H plus 1, which is less than or equal to B chromatic number of subdivision of H neighborhood corona of G and H, which is less than or equal to maximum degree of G into cardinality of vertex set of H plus 1 plus 1. The lemma 2, let U comma V belongs to V of G, then C be a B chromatic coloring of the graph G. If neighbor of V is contained in neighbor of U, then either C of U, that is coloring of U, equal to C of V, or V does not belongs to BC of G. BC means that is B vertex of G. Theorem 1, let N and T greater than 2 be two positive integers, then B chromatic number of subdivision vertex corona of path on N vertices and path on T vertices. That is subdivision vertex corona of any two paths, which is equal to 4 if N equal to 3 and T belongs to 3, 4. That is T equal to 3 or T equal to 4. Same which is equal to 5 if N equal to 3 and T greater than or equal to 5 and N equal to 4, 5 or 6. The same result is N minus 1 if 6 less than N less than or equal to T, 2T plus 3. The same B chromatic number of subdivision vertex corona of any two path equal to 2T plus 3 otherwise. Next lemma 3, the following assertions hold. There are 3 results A, B, C. The first result A, if C is a B chromatic coloring of a graph Pn H subdivision H neighborhood corona of Pn and H, then mod BC of Pn subdivision H neighborhood corona of Pn and H intersection V of Pn, which is less than or equal to N minus 2. B chromatic number of subdivision H neighborhood corona of Pn and H, which is greater than or equal to B chromatic number of subdivision vertex neighborhood corona of K2 and H if N equal to 3. The same B chromatic number of subdivision vertex neighborhood corona of P n minus 1 and H if N greater than 3. The third result, B chromatic number of subdivision H neighborhood corona of Pn and H, which is less than or equal to B chromatic number of subdivision H neighborhood corona of Pn plus 1 and H. The definition, the m degree of a graph G of order n is m of G equal to I belongs to 1, 2, 3, etc. n, degree of E I minus 1, which is greater than or equal to I minus 1. Where V of G equal to V0, V1, V2, etc. Vn minus 1 is such that degree of V0 greater than or equal to degree of V1 greater than or equal to etc. degree of Vn minus 1. Next proposition 1. It is verified that bchromatic number of subdivision edge neighborhood corona of P, that is path on n vertices, and H is any graph less than or equal to, which is maximum degree of H plus 3 if n less than or equal to maximum degree of H plus 5, which is equal to n minus 2 otherwise. Moreover, bchromatic number of subdivision edge neighborhood corona of Pn and H, which is equal to 2 times into mod V of H plus 3 for all n greater than 2 into mod V of H plus 4. Next, subdivision edge neighborhood corona of path with path, that is any two paths, that is path on n vertices and the path on t vertices. The theorem, let n greater than 2 and t greater than 2 be two positive integers, then bchromatic number of subdivision edge neighborhood corona of Pn and Pt, which is equal to 3 if n equal to t equal to 3, which is equal to 5 if n equal to 3 less than t, and 4 less than or equal to n less than or equal to 7. Same result n minus 2 if n less, 7 less than n less than or equal to 2t plus 4. The same result 2t plus 3 if n greater than 2t plus 4. The proof, the case n greater than or equal greater than 2t plus 4 follows from the proposition 1, which also implies bchromatic number of subdivision edge neighborhood corona of two paths, that is Pn and Pt, which is less than or equal to 5 for all n less than or equal to 7. Then lemma 2 implies that B vertex of B3 subdivision edge neighborhood corona of B3 and B3, which is contained in V of B3 union V01 power 1 and V12 power 1. And hence by lemma 3a implies that bchromatic number of subdivision edge neighborhood corona of B3 and B3, which is less than or equal to 3. Since we know that chromatic number of B3 is 2, since P3 is nothing but path on 3 vertices, this is the tree, any tree, the chromatic number of any tree is nothing but 2. In the case n equal to t equal to 3 follows from lemma 1. Furthermore, if Pt equal to V0, V1, V2, etc., Vt minus 1, then the case n equal to 3 equal less than t follows from the bchromatic pi coloring of P subdivision edge neighborhood corona of P3 and Pt. That is defined, so C of Ui equal to I for all I belongs to 0, 1, 2. That is C of P defined as follows. The set U1, V0, 1, 1, V02 power 2, V12 power 1, V12 power 2 is the B system of subdivision edge neighborhood corona of P3 and Pt associated to this coloring. Similarly, the other cases follows from the proof follows from the lemma 3b and theorem 1. So this is the optimal bchromatic coloring of subdivision edge neighborhood corona of P4 and P4. Here the style is delta style vertices are the B vertex. Here we are assigning the colors from 0, 1, 2, 3 up to 4. See here 0 in the path vertices 0, which is adjacent to 1, 2, 3, and 4. So here this is the B vertex. Here we have 4 color classes. For 0 color, we have 1 color class. For the color 1, you have 1 color class. For the color 2, we have 1 color class. For the color 3, you have 1 color class. Similarly, for color 4, you have 1 color class. Here, each and every color class, there is a representative vertex. That is the delta style. There is the thick one. And there is a representative vertex to adjacent with at least 1 vertex in other color classes. Similarly, here we have only the 5 colors. Sorry. 1, 2, 3, 4. Only 4 colors are possible for obtaining bchromatic coloring for this graph. We cannot go for one more color since B coloring means we have to try to use more number of colors. Here we cannot go for more than 4 colors. If you want to assign 5 colors, then there must be at least 5 vertices having at least degree 4 and each with the different colors and adjacent to all other colors. That is not possible. So only 4 colors are possible for bchromatic coloring for this graph. Next, proposition 2, that is subdivision vertex neighborhood corona of path with path. Let n greater than 2 be a positive integer and let h be a graph of order t greater than or equal to 1. Then bchromatic number of subdivision vertex neighborhood corona of Pn and any graph h, which is equal to 2t plus 3 whenever n greater than 2t plus 3. Next, lemma 4. Let G be a graph, then bchromatic number of G which is less than or equal to order of, that is M of G. So here is the formula to calculate degree of the vertex of subdivision vertex neighborhood corona of any two graph G and H. This is the formula. Next theorem. Let n greater than 2 and t greater than 2 be two positive integers. Then bchromatic number of subdivision vertex neighborhood corona of path on n vertices and path on t vertices, which is equal to 4 if n equal to 3 and n t belongs to 3 and 4. The result is 5 if n equal to 3 and t greater than or equal to 5 and n is 4 or 5. The result is n minus 1 if 6 less than or equal to n less than or equal to 2t plus 3. The result is 2t plus 3 for other cases. The proof follows from the proposition 2 and the lemma 4. This is the proof. Next, the optimal bchromatic coloring of subdivision vertex neighborhood corona two paths, that is path on 4 vertices and path on 4 vertices. Here the result is 5. Here we cannot assign 6 colors. If you want to assign the 6 colors for bchromatic, at least 6 vertices having degree at least 5. Here this is not possible, so we can assign only the 5 different colors for bchromatic coloring of subdivision vertex neighborhood corona of P4 and P4. For easy identification, we are using the vertex like triangle. The triangle vertices for the P vertex. All the triangle vertices here adjacent to all other colors. As per the definition of the V coloring, each color classes having at least one representative vertex to adjacent to with at least one vertex from all other color classes. Next theorem. Let n greater than 2 and t greater than 2 be two positive integers. Then bchromatic number of subdivision H neighborhood corona of path with the cycle, that is path on n vertices and the cycle on t vertices, which is 4 if n comma t equal to 3 comma 4, that is n equal to 3 and t equal to 4. The result is 5 if n equal to t equal to 3. The same result which is equal to bchromatic number of subdivision H neighborhood corona of path with n vertices and path with the t vertices for other cases. Here this is the relationship between path with the cycle and the path with the path. So this is the one important result. The optimal beat coloring of the graph subdivision H neighborhood corona of P3 and P4. Here see the triangle vertices. The triangle vertices 1, that is adjacent to the other color 0, 2, 3. Here we can use only the 3 colors for B coloring. We cannot go for the 4 colors. Next theorem. Let n greater than 2 and t greater than 2 be two positive integers. Then bchromatic number of subdivision vertex neighborhood corona of path with the cycle, that is path on n vertices and the cycle on t vertices, which is equal to 4 if n equal to 3 and t equal to 4. The result is 5 if the n equal to 3 and t not equal to 4. Also the n belongs to 4 and 5. The result is n minus 1 if 6 less than or equal to n less than or equal to 2t plus 3. The result is 2t plus 3 for other cases. The optimal decoloring for subdivision vertex neighborhood corona of P3 and C4. Here the triangle vertices. There are 4 colors. If you want to go for decoloring with 5 colors, then at least 5 vertices must have the degree 4. Here it is not possible. So only the upper bound, that we can use only the 4 colors as decoloring. Next theorem. Let n greater than 2 and t greater than 2 be two positive integers, then bchromatic number of path with star, that is path on n vertices and star on t vertices, that is edge neighborhood corona of path and star. The result is n minus 3. 2n minus 3. If 2n less than or equal to t plus 1 plus 5. The result is t plus 3 if t plus 6 by 2 less than or equal to n less than t plus 5. The result is n minus 2 if t plus 5 less than or equal to n less than or equal to 2t plus 6. The result is 2t plus 5 if n greater than 2t plus 6. Subdivision vertex neighborhood runoff again path and star. The next theorem, let n greater than 2 and t greater than 2 be two positive integers. Then achromatic number of subdivision vertex neighborhood runoff path on n vertices and star on t vertices. The result is 2n minus 1. If n less than or equal to 2 t plus 3 by 2, the result is t plus 2 if n equal to ceiling function of t plus 4 by 2. The result is t plus 3 if ceiling function of t plus 4 by 2 less than n less than or equal to t plus 4. The result is n minus 1 if t plus 4 less than n less than or equal to 2t plus 5. The result is 2t plus 5 for other cases. The proofs are lengthy, so based on the time I have restricted here. Next theorem, let n greater than 2 and t greater than 2 be two positive integers. Then achromatic number of, that is here we are discussing achromatic number of subdivision edge neighborhood runoff path and complete graph. Achromatic number of subdivision edge neighborhood runoff path on n vertices and complete graph on t vertices. The result is t plus 2 if n less than or equal to t plus 4. The result is n minus 2 if t plus 4 less than n less than or equal to 2t plus 4. The result is 2t plus 3 if n greater than 2t plus 4. Next theorem, let n greater than 2 and t be two positive integers. Then achromatic number of subdivision vertex neighborhood runoff path on n vertices and complete graph on t vertices. The result is t plus 2 if n less than or equal to t plus 3. The result is n minus 1 if t plus 3 less than n less than or equal to 2t plus 3. The result is 2t plus 3 for other cases. The example graph figure optimal achromatic coloring of vertex neighborhood runoff C5 and P3 and vertex neighborhood subdivision vertex neighborhood runoff C6 and P3. Here the triangle vertices. Here we are using the first graph. We are using the 5 different colors. The triangle vertices adjacent with all other colors. Similarly, in the right side, we are using 6B coloring. Since as per our theorem, if here n first graph n equal to 5 and t equal to 3. So n equal to 5 and t equal to 3 means the result is n. So here the result the cyclone 5 vertices, so B coloring is 5. The next n is 6 and t is 3. So n is the same. The second result, n 3 is the number of vertices in the cycle. So here the second graph, the number of vertices in the cycle is 6. So therefore the T color is 6. Next theorem, let n greater than 2 and t greater than 2 be two positive integers. Then achromatic number of cycle on n vertices, that is subdivision vertex neighborhood runoff cycle on n vertices and cycle on t vertices, which is equal to 5 if n is 3 or 4. The result is n if 5 less than or equal to n less than or equal to 2t plus 3. The result is 2t plus 3 for other cases. That is figure optimal achromatic colorings of C, but subdivision vertex neighborhood runoff C5 and C3 and C6 and C3. Right side C5 and C3 and left side C5 and C3 and right side C6 and C3. Here the B colors, the triangle shaped colors are the B vertex, which is adjacent to all other colors. See the graph, you can easily understand. Let n greater than 2 and t greater than 2 be two positive integers. Then achromatic number of subdivision vertex neighborhood runoff cycle and cycle on n vertices and the star on t vertices. The result is 2n. If n less than or equal to floor function of 2t plus 3 by 2, The result is t plus 3 if floor function of t plus 3 by 2 less than n less than or equal to t plus 2. The result is n if t plus 2 less than n less than or equal to 2t plus 5. The result is 2t plus 5 for other cases. Here optimal B chromatic coloring of subdivision vertex neighborhood corona of cycle on n vertices and S is a star on 3 vertices. For all n is 3, 5, 7. The first graph n equal to 3 and the second graph n equal to 5 and the third graph n equal to 7. There see the graph and you can easily understand technical. The first graph we are having only the deep colors. That is triangle shaped vertices, and similarly the second and third graph, the B vertices are the triangle shaped. And the next theorem, subdivision vertex neighborhood corona of cycle and a complete graph. Let n greater than 2 and t be two positive integers. Then B chromatic number of cycle on n vertices, that is subdivision vertex neighborhood corona of cycle on n vertices and the complete graph on t vertices. The result is t plus 2. If n less than or equal to t plus 1, the result is n. If t plus 1 less than n less than or equal to 2t plus 3, the result is 2t plus 3 for other cases. Next, the relationship between the B chromatic number of subdivision edge and vertex neighborhood corona of cycles. If G is a cycle, then B chromatic number of subdivision edge neighborhood corona for any two graph G and H, which is equal to subdivision B chromatic number of subdivision vertex neighborhood corona of G and H. Whenever G is cycle, both vertex and the edge neighborhood subdivision neighborhood coronas are equal. Next theorem, let the n greater than 2 and t greater than 2 be two positive integers, then B chromatic number of star on n vertices, subdivision edge neighborhood corona of star on n vertices and the path on t vertices. The result is 4 if n equal to t equal to 3. The result is 5 for all other cases. This is the example. Optimal B chromatic coloring of a graph. Star on 4 vertices and the path on 4 vertices. The hub vertex is also a B vertex. And each and every copy we are having one B vertex. B vertex means each and every color class there must be a representative vertex to adjacent to at least one vertex in all other color class. Let the n greater than 2, t greater than 2, and t dash be three positive integers, then B chromatic number of subdivision vertex neighborhood corona of star on n vertices and the path on t vertices. The result is n plus 2. If t equal to 3 and n belongs to 3, 4, 5, same result for t equal to 4 and n belongs to 3, 4, 5, 6. The result is n plus 3. If n less than or equal to t plus 2 and t greater than 4. The result is t plus 4 if t equal to 3 and n greater than 5. The same result for t equal to 4 and n greater than 6. The result is t plus 5 if n greater than t plus 2 greater than 6. The optimal B chromatic colorings of star on n vertices, subdivision vertex neighborhood corona of S1 and P3 for all n belongs to 3, 4, 5. Here also the delta shaped vertices are the B vertex, which is adjacent to all other colors. Next theorem. Let n greater than 2 and t greater than 2 be two positive integers. Then B chromatic number of star on n vertices, that is subdivision edge neighborhood corona of star on, that is 2 star on n vertices and the star on n t vertices. The result is n plus 1 if n less than t plus 2. The result is t plus 3 for other cases. Next, n greater than 2 and t greater than 2 be two positive integers, then B chromatic number of subdivision vertex neighborhood corona of 2 stars on n vertices and t vertices. The result is 2n plus 1 if n less than or equal to t plus 1 by 2. The result is t plus 2 if n t plus 1 by 2 less than n less than t. The result is the minimum of n comma t plus 3 plus 2 for other cases. Next, t greater than 2 be a positive integer. Then B chromatic number of complete graph with the n vertices, that is subdivision H neighborhood corona, complete graph with the n vertices and the path on d vertices, which is equal to bchromatic number of complete graph of n vertices, that is subdivision neighborhood corona, complete graph and the cycle on d vertices. The result is both are equal to 5 if n equal to 4, both are equal to n if n greater than 4. That is optimal bchromatic coloring of the graph. Subdivision H neighborhood corona, complete graph on 4 vertices and the path on 4 vertices. So this is the graph. Here if you see here we are using the 5 colors. Delta set colors of the B vertex. Here we cannot go for the 6. Since if you want to assign 6 B colors, there must be at least 5 vertices with the degree 5. Here only the 5 vertices, only the 4 vertices have at least degree 5. So 6 colors are impossible. So only the 5 B colors are possible here. Next theorem. Let n greater than 1 and t greater than 2 be two positive integers. That bchromatic number of subdivision vertex neighborhood corona of complete graph on n vertices and the path on t vertices, which is equal to n plus 1. If n equal to 2 and t equal to 3. Similarly, n greater than or equal to 7 and t equal to 3. The result is n plus 2 if n equal to 2 and t greater than 3. Also n belongs to 3 and 4. Also n greater than or equal to 2t plus 1 greater than 7. Next, subdivision vertex neighborhood of complete graph with the cycle. The subdivision vertex neighborhood of Kn and Ct such that is size of that is m of subdivision vertex neighborhood of Kn and Ct less than or equal to n plus 2. Next theorem, let n greater than 1 and t greater than 2 be two positive integers. Then bchromatic number of complete graph subdivision vertex neighborhood of Kn and Ct, that is complete graph with the n vertices and the cycle on t vertices. The result is n plus 1 if n equal to 2 and t equal to 4 and n greater than or equal to 9 and t equal to 4. The result is n plus 2 if n equal to 2 and t not equal to 4 and n belongs to 3 and 4. Also n greater than or equal to 2t plus 1 and t not equal to 4. Next theorem. Let n greater than 3 and t greater than 2 be two positive integers. Then bchromatic number of subdivision H neighborhood of complete graph with n vertices and the star on t vertices equal to n plus nc2. If n plus nc2 less than or equal to 2t plus 3. The result is t plus 3 if 0 less than t plus 3 minus n less than nc2. The result is n if n greater than or equal to t plus 3. Next, optimal bchromatic coloring of the subdivision H neighborhood corona complete graph with 4 vertices and the star on 3 vertices. Here, if you see, here we are using 6 B colors. We cannot go for the 7. If you want to assign 7 colors at B, there must be at least 7 vertices. There must be degree 6, if not possible. So only 6 colors are possible. Next theorem. Let n greater than 1 and t greater than 2 be two positive integers. Then bchromatic number of subdivision vertex neighborhood corona complete graph with the n vertices and the star on t vertices equal to n. If n equal to 2t plus 3 and which is n plus 1 if n greater than or equal to 2t plus 4. Next theorem. Let n greater than 3 and t greater than 2 be two positive integers. Then bchromatic number of subdivision H neighborhood corona two complete graphs, which is t plus 2 if n less than or equal to t plus 1, which is the result is n for other cases. Next, the subdivision vertex neighborhood corona two complete graphs in case of m of subdivision vertex neighborhood corona two complete graphs less than or equal to n plus 2. The theorem, let n greater than 1 and t be two positive integers, then bchromatic number of subdivision vertex neighborhood corona two complete graph, the results n minus 1 if t equal to 1 and n greater than 4 is even. The result is n if t equal to 1 and n is odd and n comma t belongs to 2 comma 1, 4 comma 1 and 5 comma 2. The result is n plus 1 if n comma t belongs to 2 comma 2 and 3 comma 2 and n greater than or equal to 6 and t greater than 2. Next theorem, let n greater than 3 and t greater than 2 two positive integers. Then the bachromatic number of subdivision H neighborhood corona to completion of the result is T plus 2. If n less than or equal to T plus 1, the result is n for other cases. Next result. Next the examples. Conclusion. The results and the methodology of here described constitute a starting point to deal with the bachromatic problem for subdivision H and the vertex neighborhood coronas of other families of graphs. We have different varieties of coronas, subdivision or vertex corona and ordinary coronas. So far, the ordinary corona, the bachromatic number discussed only for G corona heads for equal number of vertices. Still, the open problem. Ordinary corona, you need to graph G and H, G on n vertices and H on D vertices. The bachromatic number is still open problem, easy problem. Still left to other participants. And there are variety of corona families are here. This is the starting point. You can use our concept and methodology, and you can take the new results and you can write the proof. And you have the bachromatic numbers also wide application in the networks in the computer science. Nowadays, the computer science people are using our chromatic numbers and the bachromatic number, harmonious chromatic number for using their research aspects in the network analysis. And these are the references. The first reference, RW Irving and DF Manlow, the first paper, the bachromatic number of a graph, which is published in the Discrete Applied Mathematics in the year 1999. So this is the recent coloring. The subdivision vertex and the subdivision H neighborhood corona the recent operation, which is published in the year 2013. The coloring also the new coloring in the year 1999. So here still there are variety of new problems are there. We can find the new problems and do the research, and also we try to find the application. And some of the people are from India are working on bachromatic coloring. Or Balakrishnan and the Francis Raj, T. Kavaskar also working on decoloring. And myself and J. Bernard Vivian, we have published one paper in the year 2012, which is published in Tutas Mathematica, that is Scopus and the Web of Science. The bachromatic number of corona graphs, that is corona between any two graphs, G and H, but the number of vertices are equal. In the graph G and H, the number of vertices are equal with the bachromatic number we have find, and still the number of vertices are less than or equal to G or greater than or equal to H, still the results is open. And my colleague Dr. D. Vijayalakshmi also worked with some papers on bachromatic number. And A. Jiva and Selva Kumar from India worked with two papers on the bachromatic number, and some other authors. And very importantly, X, Liu and Lu. Here this paper published in the year Linear Algebra Applications, published in the year 2013. Spectra of subdivision vertex and subdivision H neighborhood corona. Here you can find the different varieties of corona operations of any two graphs. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for Dr. Adams for the inspirative talk about the bachromatic number of subdivision H and vertex neighborhood corona of solid numbers. Okay, now we come to the discussion time for audience here in the Zoom meeting. If you have okay, ladies and gentlemen, we come to the discussion time. I would like to say thank you very much for Dr. Adams for the inspirative talk. If you have any questions about the bachromatic number of subdivision H and vertex neighborhood corona of some graph, please welcome. You can write your question in the chat box, or you can use the raise feature in the Zoom chat if you want to ask directly to the Dr. Once again, any question? It's not only limited for the participants who join the Zoom meeting. If any audience who are in this room who want to ask a question, please welcome.
Yeah.
Okay, once again, any question? I think your talk is very clear, Dr. Pentakachalam. Let me give a round of applause for. Okay, before we go to our next presenter, let me give a concluding remark for Dr. Pentakachalam talk. A big chromatic K coloring of graph is any proper K coloring C of G having a text and B color I. That is C equal to I. And having color G not equal to I, there is a neighborhood W element of B of C such that CW equal to G. The maximum positive integer K for which such a coloring exists, the bichromatic number. Finding this number is known as bicoloring number, which is NP part for general graphs, but polynomial times solvable for trees. From Mr. Example, it is concluded that the result and the methodology are described constitute a starting point to deal with the bichromatic problem for subdivision H and complex neighborhood coronas of other family of graph. Okay, well, ladies and gentlemen, once again, let me say thank you very much for Dr. Pentakachalam, and please give a round of applause for Dr. Okay, well, ladies and gentlemen, now we come to the second presentation of our second invited speaker, Professor David MSc PhD. Before we begin the presentation, let me read the short CV of Professor David MSc PhD. Professor David MSc PhD is a professor on combinatorics and combinatorial education
And now he is a senior lecturer in the Department of Mathematics Education, University of Jember, Indonesia. He completed his master degree from the University of Manchester, UK in 1992, and Professor David completed his PhD in the University of Ballarat, Australia. Professor David has about 2,062 documents in the Scopus with 18 days victim, and he is awarded as CIPTA Award Best 50 Researcher in Indonesia. Well, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome our invited speaker, Professor David, MSc PhD.
Yeah, thank you very much, moderator. Today's my turn. Later after me, Professor Canggul from Turkey will present about his presentation as well. Let me share my slide presentation. The title of my talk is the study of rainbow anti-magic coloring of information network security. Some people say about network, it is actually respective to graph topology. In this study, there are a lot of my students who are working on anti-magic coloring, especially rainbow anti-magic coloring. We have Brian and also Wahyu and other students in this classroom and other classroom as well, virtually talking about rainbow anti-magic coloring. Later after this session, we will discuss a little bit further with Dr. Mohanaba, and also we will invite my student to join with this discussion to potentially having a joint research for the short videos. Let me introduce for a motivation what is actually the application of rainbow coloring for information security. Actually, this concept rose in regard with the terrorism act. Remember last time of September 11, 2001, when American people suffer from the attack of terrorists on Twin Tower building. After this attack, Erickson carried out the following analysis. An expected consequence of the deadly attack was the realization of the law enforcement and intelligence agent were unable to communicate with each other through their regular channel. The technology used does not provide a way for officer and agent to cross-check information between different organizations. The problem faced is how to develop an information transfer path of each agent partner which does not have a repeated password or file. Of course, the natural question is, what is the minimum number of password? We need it when we have information security network. In terms of our knowledge, we have graph topology for a certain order or a certain size. So this is our problem. So please have a look in the Google image. There are a lot of type of network security. Network in terms of application, there is a connection or relation between an agent or computer or building or station or point to other point. In such a way, if we want to transfer some message or some other things, and we should make sure that the transfer of information are secure enough. So this concept using a rainbow coloring especially, and we extend this concept into a rainbow anti-magic color. For example, in this case, if we have an illustration, one is computer points in an institution, for example, we have 7 institutions connected within this institution in the form of bus topology. Then, if we would like to transfer a message, which is a very secret message from this institution to other institution, we should make sure that each institution have or access different firewall or password. Now, when it is a path or bus in graph representation, we can say 5 graph. Then we do not have a choice to have a different color. If we assign color on each edge, then we have all colors are different. So in this case, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Since path does not have a cycle, so we couldn't have more efficient than that unless the rainbow connection of path is n-1 or a path of order n. But what about if network topology contains a cycle? Then we have another number, another rainbow connection number. So it's better, I believe, to fix first the definition of rainbow coloring. So in this case, rainbow colorings, let G is a graph, a connected graph, and directed a simple graph with a vertex set Tg and edge set Tg. For a coloring C from the element of edges of a graph to a number or to a set of original or yes, original number from 1 to up k, where k is element of natural number of the edges of G, where adjacent edges might be colored the same. So this is the difference between be chromatic number that's already presented by Venkat. In this case, the colors shouldn't be proper. So the adjacent edges might be colored the same. Also here in the working on that, but different type of rainbow anti-magic is working on vertex rainbow anti-magic. Is it, am I right? Rainbow anti-magic as well, yeah, not the vertex rainbow. So in this case, most of my slides will deal or will talk about rainbow anti-magic. So we assign levels into edges. The graph rainbow connected edge contain a rainbow UV path for every two vertices U and V of V. The minimum K for which there exists such K edge connected is the rainbow connection number. So that's why we have a term. Sometimes we say coloring, sometimes we say number. So if we are talking about assigning the element of graph by a label or by color, then we can say coloring or labeling. But if we find or determine the minimum number or the optimal number of the color, then we call number. Yeah, rainbow coloring number, dominating number, domination number, for example. Except we are talking about coloring, which is K proper coloring, then Venkat say it is the chromatic number. A dynamic survey, which is written by Lee Suliani and Yusufan, 2017, written a book entitled An Updated Survey of Rainbow Connection of Graphs. In this survey, they attempt to organize some research work into the following category: rainbow connection coloring of each version, age version, rainbow connection coloring of vertex version. Even we have K connectivity as well, rainbow index, rainbow connection coloring. Professor Salman from ITB, much of his publication dealing with the rainbow index, and even we have rainbow connection coloring of total version. So there are a lot of things. So this is the example of rainbow. So do you see there are how many colors are there? There are two colors, yeah, red and blue. If we, for example, start from this vertex to that vertex, so how does we go from that vertex to that vertex? Of course, straightly and easily we can start from that one. And finally we can go, that's age, to go there. So we have two colors, yeah, blue and red. Understand? Yes. If we go from here to here, again, easily we can have two colors, red, yeah, and blue. That's conclude that we have only two colors for this specific network. So that's why the rainbow connection number is 2. But what happens if we have a network topology like this? Can I have two colors for every vertex to other vertex? The answer is no. Okay, let me show you. If we have this one, yes, we can go from here through red, yeah, and pass that's age by having a blue color. So we have two colors. But unfortunately, if we go from here to that, we couldn't have two color, otherwise it contradicts with the properties of rainbow anti-magic color. Yeah. So of course red, and red is not good. Yeah, it is prohibited to have red. Yeah. So we should go from here. Yeah, look. And finally, it does not reach that vertex yet. So that's why we need one edge again, and finally we reach that vertex by three sides of path. Yeah, three lengths of path. Yeah. So that's why we couldn't avoid to have rainbow connection number is 3. It's not. There are a lot of work done by Brian. Yeah, we start this study from 2020. Yeah, I was working with Faisal and also Brian. Yeah, as a PhD student, and hopefully this year you can having 5 folks for exam. And also, we will continue our joint research with Mahanapa, hopefully in the short future. Yeah. So this is also the rainbow connection. Yeah. Now there are a lot of type of rainbow connection. Rainbow. Yeah. Edge rainbow connection number. Strong edge rainbow connection. Vertex rainbow connection. Wahyu now study about strong rainbow connection. I believe you can get a lot of result because we just initiate this kind of study. Yeah. And also we already start with Brian as well about a strong rainbow connection. Yeah, hopefully we can get a good publication in high impact factor journal. Then there is the strong vertex rainbow, total rainbow, and other size. Yeah. So some relevant papers were already published for this kind of study. You can have a look in this slide, and then I will give it to you. Yeah. Now, in our study, we have 2 terms. The first term is rainbow, and the second term is anti-magic. So in this case, we have anti-magic labeling, which is very wealth problem as well. Most of the times, Martin Bacha, he was my supervisor with America Miller from Australia, doing a lot about anti-magic. So what is anti-magic? Anti-magic is defined as follows. I don't want to read a little bit further what is what. So many people already know about that. So anti-magic labeling usually assigning a label into element of graph in such a way the 2 adjacent parentheses considered to be an edge of that labeling, and such that all the edge weights form an arithmetic sequence. Even the original anti-magic labeling definition, not necessarily to have an anti-magic arithmetic sequence, they only need all the edge weight should be distinct. So that's the original one of the anti-magic labeling. But in this case, we are talking about anti-magic labeling in general. Yeah. So every 2 adjacent edges, then the edge weight under bijection F, namely edge equal FU plus FE, then all those are distinct. So this one anti-magic labeling, look at that here. The difference between rainbow coloring. In rainbow coloring, we only assign a label into edge or vertices. But in anti-magic labeling, normally we can say edge labeling. If you assign label or edge level, edge. If we can say vertex leveling, we assign level on each vertex. And we can say total leveling, we assign level on both of them, either vertices or edges. Look at here, we start assigning level into vertices 1, 8, 2, 9, and everything. That's the black ones are the levels of the levels. And the two adjacent vertices, for example, here 1 plus 7, that's 8. 1 plus 8, it is 9. 8 plus 2, it is 10. Look at that. All the edge weight are distinct. Even we can say those form an arithmetic sequence. 8, 9, 10, 11. What is the difference? Yes, this one. Understand? That we consider it is unlimited. Now, there are a lot of, you can find a book downstairs in 6th floor. We have written an anti-magic survey, actually. It is from our result. It is already published and others, yeah, from the thesis and also dissertation. We have type of the anti-magic labeling side. Yeah. Now, from this kind of notion, we combine, namely, rainbow coloring, anti-magic coloring, we combine together, that we call right now rainbow anti-magic coloring. Understand? So, none of the study about these ones already started actually in our research group member. We already have a publication in top journal as well. In GDMC we have, and discrete mathematics of algorithm, applied algorithm. We have also the NAA about the definition of rainbow anti-magic coloring. Hopefully, Brian also having a good news from symmetry and as well as from Hindal, yeah, about as reasons. So the rainbow anti-magic coloring actually is a combination between two notions. The first notion is rainbow coloring. The second notion is anti-magic coloring. So I don't want to go into detail about this definition. The same thing, but the step of the rainbow anti-magic coloring stage, we should assign the element of vertex as a label first, or the element of edges as a label, and finally we consider the edge weight as the colors for having a rainbow coloring. If we can perform that, all edge weights guarantee or assure that there exists a rainbow part, then we can consider this graph admits a rainbow anti-magic coloring. So this is the example. Yeah. Look at here. From 2, that's a vertex, and in the bottom line we have other vertex. If you want to go from there to there, look at that, then you have 5, 9, 13, 17, 21, 25, 15, all of the edge weights are distinct. But the case of having 5 is not due to the assignment of the labels, assignment of the edges, but the 5 is obtained of the summation between a label of 2 adjacent vertices. So because here 2 plus 3, and then we have 5. 3 plus 9, 6, then we have 9. 6 plus 7, we have 30. But in the original rainbow coloring, we do not need to have an assignment of vertices for the labels of the vertices. But in this case, we should do that first, then we consider, yeah, the rainbow colorings, yeah, in regard with the age rate, yeah, all of them are different, yeah, okay. Then we have this one as well different, yes, of course, and this is also this thing 16, 19, and all this case coming from the summation of two, I guess, that's the rainbow ultimate. Now, we also extend, we have 5 or 6 research students who are working now on vertex version of the rainbow ultimate color. Yeah, but we do not have a good publication yet about this one. We already started. Yeah, rainbow vertex ultimate coloring, which is a little bit different, but the step how to have a rainbow coloring is still the same in regard with the summation of the two adjacent labels. Yeah, but in this case, two incidence of edges. Yeah, not two adjacent vertices. Yeah, for example, this case 44, because 17 plus 18 plus 9, and then we have 40. Yeah, 44, 44. All of them are 40. 442. Yes, I believe exactly that we have this number because of those summation. Yeah. But this is checking by using the we have 400. And then finally we have this one. Maybe you will ask, wow, it is the same. Vertex bridge. It is allowed? Yes. In the vertex version, the rainbow part exists a little bit different with the age version. In vertex version, we just consider the internal vertices should be distinct. So if we have UP1, then the internally vertices should be considered, then all those one vertex which should be different. So even we have this starting pad and the end of that pad are the same, it is not a matter in a vertex. So we only consider the internal vertices of that pad. That's due to that definition. Now, this is also the example of the rainbow vertex rainbow arithmetic coloring. And in this case, again, we have 15 and 15, but it doesn't worry at all because we only consider the internal. Okay. How to determine the rainbow arithmetic connection number in such way we can get the minimal number? There are a lot of strategies. Normally, we should perform the suppers or lower or upper part. So that's why Wahyu, maybe we need to talk a little bit serious about how to obtain the lower bound of strong rainbow connection number, because we haven't talked about the lower part about that. Yeah, for the general rainbow, we already talked, we already published, but for strong, we need to talk. With Brian, yesterday we just guessed that the lower bound will be maximum of strong rainbow connection of any graph, comma, the maximum degree of any graph. That's the lower bound. Yeah, but we are not sure yet. Yeah, especially for the special cases of a special operation of graph. And the secondly, Some people, of course, start with the exact values for any special graph. But sometimes it is considered not good strategy for us, especially for having a good journal. Normally, we try with any for general graph. If it is too specific, yeah, for undergraduate student, okay. But for master degree and doctorate program, maybe we should improve, yeah, the findings for the general one. And characterization is, of course, very good strategy to write down a paper, but it is not easy task, not easy job, of course. And even if we can construct a rainbow arithmetic graph based on the smaller properties, yeah, for example, based on the rainbow coloring itself, or based on the arithmetic labeling itself, I believe in the future it will be very nice. So, Mohanapa will still guessing about this one. If a graph admits, for example, arithmetic labeling, can we directly automatically have a rainbow arithmetic coloring? That this might be in the future will be challenging. Yeah, apart from finding an exact value for certain cases or a certain order of a special graph, for example, this one. Yeah. Yeah, I believe this is strategy already done and also written in the PhD student document. Yeah, the strategy was strategy 2, strategy 3, strategy 4. Otherwise, maybe you can have a lot of other strategy, especially for showing the existence of the rainbow part, for example. That's also okay. I'm not going into detail about this publication. You already published, and I believe people can easily done that publication. Yeah, we have published this already. The theory. Yeah. Now this one is very good. Hopefully, we can have a good publication for this one. We are studying this rainbow arithmetic connection number, arithmetic coloring, especially in here we have corona, any graph, G, and star graph. This is done also with my research student, Brian. Yeah. So if we have any G, yeah, we are not talking about a specific G, any G. And we put the coronation in each vertex of the graph G by star, and finally we can perform some nice properties. Yeah, especially we can have an exact value for this. So, and then we can have we can improve our theorem, our lemma, that we can have for G, for example, Pn and star and G, something like this. Yeah. So correlation is sometimes very nice study to talk, because the correlation of that having very good properties. Yeah. Okay. Normally, how to prove this lemma? So we have a good experience to prove that lemma, but some people sometimes having a different strategy to prove a lemma. For example, in this case, we start with obtaining the cardinality of graphs, for example, and determine the lower bound, and determine the upper bound by developing of bijection, determine the H weight, and finally determine the rainbow arithmetic connection number. Some for visualization or illustration, sometimes we need to show the existence of the rainbow part. Yeah, it is also already in press. Yeah, 2022 is already yeah, because the reviewer sometimes, if I submit the paper, sometimes the reviewer is pen card and It's also vice versa. And luckily for Brian, paper, the reviewer is Ika and Windu from Indonesia. Yeah, that's kind of the strategy. So that's why having a collaborator from abroad is very good. Yeah, strategy. So otherwise, sometimes it is very hard to have this one. And also, especially when having a lot of connection from what the others country able to achieve. Yeah, so that's why I'm happy to have him and also his wife. Yeah. Okay, this is the proof. Wahyu, I believe, should understand about this one. So if we have pure, normally we start with the having a cardinal, right? Yeah, and then continue establishing the lower part and establishing the upper part. If we have the fact that lower one same with upper part, then we can consider, we can conclude that the exact value of the rainbow connection number is there already. Yeah, but again, it is important to show the rainbow path. Yeah, that's the rainbow path. Convince some people that's guaranteed to have rainbow path in every vertex to other vertex. Yeah, so this is the thing that we already have here, and we submit hopefully 2022 at this end of the 2022 we can have publication about it. This is a well problem. So for the future research, we have open problem. There are at least 4 open problems, especially suffers the lower bound. Obtaining the suffers lower bound and upper bound is still very challenging, especially the upper bound. Sometimes the exact value does not attain the best lower bound. Sometimes 1 more than lower bound, 2 more than lower bound. But if we can fix the upper bound, or especially we can lower the upper bound, and then we can upper the lower bound, and finally we have a smallest gap. That smallest gap actually is a dream of the combinatoric scientists. Yeah, if we have a smallest gap, then finally we are easy to characterize about that. And secondly, continue to determine the exact value of rainbow anti-magic connection number of special graph. Yes, for undergraduate student, master graduate student, yes, it is for exercise. Take the special graph and find that rainbow anti-magic connection number, coloring, and number as well. That's still very valuable. So please keep going. But a little bit improve your knowledge. Try to have a characterization. What is a characterization? The existence of rainbow anti-magic connected graph with specific properties or constraint, but it is satisfying for any graph. Or even you have an operational graph. For example, if you have 2 operational graph, the first graph is any graph. The second graph would be a special graph. Something like that. That's the characterization is very important. Sometimes also we can deal with the algorithm, for example, heuristic algorithm or genetic algorithm to develop a characterization. We are working with the Kiswara as well. We try to have a programming to find out the vertex and quantimatic labeling for any special graphs to have to start the our exercise for having a characterization. Because if we can run a programming, then maybe the job will be easier. Yeah, because we are not writing a manual calculation or something like that. It is also important. Yeah, and the other problem that I mentioned before, we can construct the rainbow anti-magic color based on the existing either rainbow coloring or either anti-magic light. Yeah, I believe, I consider it is a very well problem for the future research. We just start the rainbow anti-magic coloring just like 2 years ago. Yeah, but we already have such like 10 publications about that. Some of them are in the Scopus Journal and the WASH Journal, some of them in the Sinta Journal. And we just start with the age version of the rainbow coloring. And now we are continuing about Fairtech version and start with this month. We try to ask my PhD student, yeah, of mathematics, education-based student to start with the strong rainbow anti-medical. Maybe after this we can have a good discussion with Mahanapa. Maybe because she has a lot of students as well, she can ask anytime to her student to do with this what kind of this problem. I believe it will be very right for the future. Yeah, I believe that's all from me, and I'm sure that we have a good discussion. So I will give it again to our moderator. Probably there is some participant either in the classroom or in online meeting room will ask question. Again, thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Okay, thank you very much for Professor David for inspiring talk and also informative for us about the rainbow anti-magic coloring. For participants here or participants who are joining the Zoom meeting, if you have any question, please welcome. You can write it in the chat box, or you can use the raise hand feature if you want to ask directly to the Professor David. Once again, any question? It's not only limited for the audience who are joining the Zoom meeting. If any participants who are in this room want to ask to the Professor David, please welcome. I think there are many students here who this topic or the topic is about the rainbow anti-magic. If you have any question, please you can ask to the Professor David.
Manapa, would you like to tell me about the progress of your student who are trying to start
trying
with,
to find the lower bound of the graph.
Okay.
Still, it is a very challenging problem to find out. They are finding that.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you. Okay, yes.
Shall I have anti-magic decoloring?
Yeah, that's that I'm thinking. Yeah, that's that I'm thinking. Decoloring, ultimately, yeah. Yes, Inka already said to me that she has a good discussion last night with you, and maybe later after a parallel session, maybe we can have a good discussion in 6th floor. Yeah.
Okay, Professor David, maybe there are some questions. Maybe you can give a little concluding remarks.
Yes,
for your talk.
definitely. Okay, thank you. Moderator Robi Abdul, yeah. This I say that well, from rainbow anti-magic coloring problems, well, there are a lot of time and even a lot of extension of that kind of study. So it will not be enough for studying this kind of open problem for 3 or 4 years or 5 years in the next future. It will be not enough to cover this study with the little number of students. So that's why you're very welcome. All the students, my student, and the other student from India, for example, we want to start working on this, especially for 3 years to go. We have a grant from government that already mentioned by Professor Slamet. Whatever we have a joint research in the future, if we have what the publication fee arising from a submission of our joint research, and then we can support for the publication fee. We already mentioned also for the student, even in the Q1 quarterly journal or ASCI journal, which is a good impact factor, maybe it is possible to support with the our grant. Hopefully also my rector, my university also continuously support these activities. And for the special thing, because the duty of rector is our also research member, ICCGANT member, I believe it is very easy to find out what a good budget support. So it is again, thank you very much in this special session, especially for the participants who are joining in the Zoom cloud meeting as well as in this classroom, and hopefully my talk entitled Rainbow Anti-Magical Study are benefiting to all of us. Thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
For Professor David, please give a round of applause for Professor David.
Lihatnya di mana? Lihatnya tadi.
Di grup.
Oh.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Please be ready to your device because we will continue with our third plenary sessions with the speaker from University of Turkey, Professor Dr. Ismail Nasir.
Baik, hadirin sekalian, untuk peserta Zoom agar segera gabung di sesi plenary session, yaitu Profesor Dr. Ismail Nasir.
And this session will be moderated by Robiatul Adalia, SPD MSc from University of Jember.
Dan juga kepada Ibu Rizky Robiatul Adalia sebagai moderator.
Ladies and gentlemen, please give applause and welcome to Professor Robiatul Adalia.
Morning, Professor Nasir.
Good morning. Good morning, dear brother.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
How is everyone?
Good, very good, very good. Yeah. We are also here with Penpa and Wahanapa as well.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm very happy. Hi, Moana Priya. Hi, Venkatachalam. Hi, everyone. All friends, all students. I'm very happy to be there, not physically, but at least online this time. Hope in the future we will see each other in Turkey and in Indonesia. So, shall I start?
Yes, yes, yes.
Good.
Just a minute, we are asking moderator to chair you.
Okay, please. I'm honored.
Okay, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the third plenary session of this first day of ICCGANT 2022. Now, in the third plenary session, we will have the third invited speaker. Professor Ismail Nasir from the University of Turkey. Hello, Professor. How are you?
Very well, thank you. I'm honored. Thank you.
Before we go on to the presentation of Professor Ismail Nasir, let me read a short CV of Professor Ismail Nasir. Professor Ismail Nasir is the senior lecturer in the University of Turkey. He completed his PhD in 1994 with the dissertation entitled Normal Subgroup of Heck group. He became a full professor in University at age 38. He has been working in the same department since then. He attended to numerous congress and gave over 150 talks. He also has written 90 books, over 370 scientific research papers, most of which are in the POST database. He also has around 200 co-workers all around the world. He has been continuing his editorial position in the 34 International Scientific Journal and is referee for about 178 journals. And Professor Ismail Nasir also is a member of 7 national and international mathematical societies, one of which is honorary. Okay, Professor, are you ready?
Yes.
Okay. For Professor Ismail Nasir, time is yours.
Thank you very much for the nice introduction and for CV, my resume. I'm honored to be introduced by you. Thank you, ma'am. So my talk, my dear friends, will be on graph theory and on omega invariant and on degree sequences actually, and realizability of some degree sequences. It's a recent topic, so I will try to give you insight about the topic and its applications, theoretical applications usually. Of course, all of you knows a little bit about graph theory, I assume. Graphs are just basic structures. You can draw every day just some vertices, some dots on a paper, and you connect some of them, not all of them necessarily, and you get a graph. Even one vertex is a graph, or one edge with two vertices at both ends is a graph. There are thousands of types of graphs. There are thousands of ways to study graphs. Why we study graphs mainly is because of applications. In social sciences, in chemistry, in physics, in all branches of science, where there are interactions, where there are relations between persons, between countries, between companies, between factories, between neurons, for example, between anything. So you can model this real life situation by a graph. This is the advantage. When you can model some real life situation by a graph, then you can study this model by mathematical methods. For example, by means of eigenvalues, by means of adjacency vertex, by means of characteristic polynomial, by means of M polynomial, by means of something else, okay? There are many ways. Once you model some real life situation by a graph, there are many ways to study it mathematically. So this is the advantage. One of the most nicest, let me say, applications of graph theory is the Wiener index. About 70 years ago, Harold Wiener, a chemist actually, a chemist and a mathematician, opened the way to us by defining some formula. He defined some formula in terms of the distances. He modeled some chemical molecules. Some chemical molecules are modeled by him as graphs. Alkane molecules, actually, methane, ethane, propane, butane, pentane, you know, the class of these molecules. He calculated some distances and he determined the boiling points of these chemicals, okay? So he compared the isomers of alkanes by means of just a mathematical formula, very basic mathematical formula. After him, he did this in 1947, long time ago. After that, many mathematicians and many chemists, and actually many pharmacologists, many people, many scientists, let me say, tried to obtain other formulae like Wiener index. And nowadays, we have about more than 3,000 such mathematical formulae. They are called mathematical topological graph indices, or just graph indices, or sometimes graph descriptors, molecular descriptors. They have many names. If chemists study them, then they say more molecular or chemical something they use. But for mathematicians, they are graph indices or topological graph indices because they are related to the topology of the structure. So my talk will be about the mathematical part of these graphs. I hope I gave you some idea about applications of graph theory. Of course, in the near future, there will be more applications, for example, in computer science, in artificial intelligence, because in all of these sciences, there are interactions between things. For example, some people now work on neuroscience about the behavior of human movements. Okay, for example, when you move your arm up and down or forward, backwards, your brain works. There are synapses, electrical shocks, you know, they affect our thinking, they affect our movements, everything. So once they can model our body by a graph, everything will be solved maybe. All the, for example, if you cannot move your hand, if you have serious illness, then they will give some points, a little bit synapse, some electrical shock, and your arm will be working again. This is the idea. So there will be many nice applications, many advantages of studying graphs. Therefore, many people, like the group in Jember University of Jember, my friend Dafik and his team, ICCGANT, are also working. Like us, like this group, like my group, there are many researchers, too many researchers actually, working on graph theory, chemical applications, medical applications, pharmacological applications. So it's a nice topic to study for the future. Even if you are working at some other topic, you can connect your topic by graph theory, because there are many combinatorial formulae, methods, and even computer scientist or physicist, anyone can apply graph theory, because they are everywhere in our lives. So my title, my friends, is New Properties of Degree Sequences of Graphs. And it is a joint work with my two students, Fikriye and Seyma. So let me start with my talk, my friends. Okay. I defined a little bit the graph. So we shall denote by n the number of vertices. It should be at least one. It could be up to infinity, but we don't like to work with infinite graphs. So it's a different idea. It has different methods. So we study only finite graphs with n vertices. N could be any positive integer. And the number of edges between these vertices will be m. Okay? So these numbers are called the order and the size. Not too important for the moment. For a vertex, we, like the 6 vertices here, you see there are 6 vertices, we denote the degree of v by dv, sometimes in brackets dv, like here, for example, dv is equal to 2, because there are 2 edges coming to this vertex. There are 1, 2, 3, 4 edges coming to this vertex, so this vertex has degree 4, and this one, for example, has degree 5, okay? Loops are the edges, special edges, starting and ending at the same point. They don't have 2 end vertices, they have just 1 end vertex, and both ends are meeting at this vertex. So loops are dangerous structures, like multiple edges. We don't like them. So if you are studying graph theory, in 99% of papers, you will see that we shall take a simple graph in the first sentences in the introduction, because otherwise you will include other graphs as well with loops and multiple edges, and it is dangerous. It has some combinatorial problems if you include those graphs as well. So let me continue. Pendant edge is something like this. It is only connected to one other vertex. So it has degree 1, like pendulum, you know? Okay. This is the main idea. If we write with multiplicities, a degree sequence in general is something like this. D1 is the smallest vertex degree. For example, in our picture, it was 1. And there was only one pendant vertex of degree 1. So 1 only once. So this is 1 and 1. There was maybe vertices. Let me give you an example in the next picture. This is better. These two graphs, my friends, have one vertex of degree 1. So one vertex of degree 1. 1, 2, 3 vertices of degree 2. So 3 vertices of degree 2. These are multiplicities, okay? And this is one vertex of degree 3. You see, one vertex of degree 3. So both of these graphs correspond to this set. You can write this set as 1, 2, 2, 2, 3. It's another way, but it takes longer, so we use multiplicities. So this is the degree sequence of a graph. If you see the graph, as we did, then you can easily write the vertex degrees and you can get the degree sequence. This is an easy idea. But on the contrary, if you are given a set like 1, 2, 2, 3, 3, 4, okay? The problem is, can you draw any graph having these vertex degrees? If yes, in how many ways? If you answer this, are they connected or disconnected? Or maybe both? If yes, if the answer is okay still, then there are other problems, like are they acyclic or cyclic? You can increase the number of questions, okay? But the main thing is, can we obtain a graph out of a given sequence of integers, positive integers? So the idea is called realizability. So if we have a set like this, again, I will give an example, 1, 2, 3, for example. This is a set of positive integers. Or 1, 2, 2, 3, 3, 4, like this. If you are given such a set, and if you can draw at least one graph out of this set, having the same vertex degrees, so this set is called realizable. And this set, any graph you draw is the realization, one realization of this set. We gave this example, so by the definition, if you are given such a set, okay, you know that we have 1 plus 3 plus 1 equals to 5. 5 vertices. This is the number of vertices because this is the number of vertices of degree 1. This is the number of vertices of degree 2 and the others. So the number of vertices is the sum of the brackets. All right. So what else these numbers give you? If you add them up, all of them, 1 plus 2 plus 2 plus 2 plus 3, then you get twice the sum of vertex degrees. It is handshaking lemma. It is known as handshaking lemma. Not necessary for the moment, but I just give you insight about the applications and theory. So let me summarize what I told already up to this point. You are given a set and you want to obtain graphs with vertex degrees as given in this set. This is the idea. You can see at least 2 are possible out of this set. Question is, are there any others? For example, is there any 3rd graph or 4th graph? What is the number? This is still an open problem, my friends. This is a project now. I and my co-workers are working to find the total number of graph realizations for a given set of integers. And I shall give you at the end the algorithm we use. But still we have some open points, open problems, some gaps in the theory. Maybe by next year, it will be finished. And it's a big problem indeed, because it's a combinatorial problem. It works everywhere. You can make applications in computer theory easily. So it will be good if we can finish it. So let me define now omega invariant. Probably you have all for students I'm talking, young students. They took topology lectures probably in the BSc degree or MSc degree. So in topology, there is an invariant, very famous invariant. It's called Euler invariant. It is V minus E plus F. That is the number of faces minus the number of edges plus the number of vertices. This sum and difference, of course, is fixed for any surface. For example, on the plane or on a piece of paper or on the sphere, okay, if you draw some vertices, if you fix some vertices, and if you draw some lines between them, okay, then you can have some triangles, some squares, quadruples, pentagons, hexagons, okay, as faces. Then you have faces, vertices, and edges. And there, V minus E plus F will be fixed. For example, on the plane, you always get 2. On the torus, you always get 0. Whatever the graph you draw, you get a fixed number. So this is an invariant. It was defined, of course, nearly 250 years ago by Euler. So recently, 4 years ago, actually, my PhD student, he's a doctor now, he asked me about a pattern. So he insisted for many months about the existence of some pattern in graphs. At the beginning, I didn't believe too much because such a pattern would be very useful. But after some tries, we had some seminars, and I understand that it was really important. So I will not go into details. There is some nice sum like this. This is your set of positive integers. Smallest one is 1. A1 could be 0, of course, if you don't have any pendant vertices. But normally there is at least one vertex of degree 1. There are the vertices, probably, of course, of degree 2, 3, and the biggest vertex degree is capital delta. So this set is given, as in previous examples. The omega of G, of the graph G, is defined in terms of the degree sequence as A3, the multiplicity of 3, 1 times A3, let me say, 2 times A4, 3 times A5, 4 times A6. You see the pattern very easily. Delta minus 2 times A delta. So you must be wondering why we started from A3. What about A2 and A1? A1 is here because if you put degree 1, 1 minus 2 will be minus 1 A1. So A1 is here, but A2 is not here, and it cannot be. Why? Probably you have observed it, because if you put degree equals to 2, okay, 2 minus 2 will be 0. So the coefficient is 0, means this term with A2 will be 0 always, okay? So omega invariant is independent of A2, okay, my friends? A2 is not important. You will see the reason. It's a geometrical nice reason. So this sum can be written like this. I minus 2, if you put 1, 1 minus 2, minus 1, A1 here, you see? If you put 2, 0 you get, so you don't need to see it. If you put 3, 3 minus 2, 1 times A3. If you put 4, 4 minus 2, 2 times A4. Okay, you continue up to the maximum vertex degree. Okay, this is the formula. Let's remind this to ourselves. This is an example, just an easy example, and it's not a perfect example because all multiplicities are 1. It is not in particular, it was chosen. I chose it some time ago for some reason, I don't know. So they could be different. This could be 2, this could be 5, for example. Doesn't matter. Ones are not regularly there, okay? They could change. Omega invariant of G will be, you remember, 1 times 3 minus 2, let me say, 1 times 4 minus 2, 1 times 5 minus 2 here, 1 times 7 minus 2 here, and A1 minus A1, 1 times A1, of course. So this is minus 1. You get 10. So my friends, now we know the definition and we have an example of omega invariant. For this strange graph on the screen, the number is 10. Of course, you will be wondering, what is 10? What is the importance of 10? When you count things, you don't get 10. There are 6 vertices, probably, I remember 9 edges, if I'm not mistaken. There are some faces which is difficult to count, 1, 4, 5, it seems like 6. Yes, 6 faces. But just remind you, there are only 3 edges here in this area. It looks like 4, 1, 2, 3, 4 quarters, okay? But not, because this is not a vertex. If there was a vertex here, then there would be 1, 2, 3, 4 faces just in this region. Of course, this is another face, this is another face, and this area is again another face. This is topological idea. So this number is about the number of faces. It didn't give you directly the number of faces, you probably realized, but it will give you a formula. We will give a formula to obtain directly the number of faces in few minutes. So let me continue now with the theory and properties. I hope you get the idea of omega invariant. It's an easy formula. Looking at the graph or looking at the degree sequence or a set, then you can calculate the omega invariant easily. Now, how we can use the omega invariant? I shall talk about it. The first property of omega invariant is this. Omega invariant for any graph is equal to 2 times m minus n. You remember m was the number of edges and n was the number of vertices, dots. So if you know if you see the graph on the screen, then you can calculate omega invariant easily. You count the number of edges, you count the number of vertices, you take the difference and multiply by 2. This is an alternative method. But if you don't see the graph, if you are given a set, 1, 1, 2, 5, 6, whatever, then you know the degrees, you know the number of vertices n, but you don't know the number m, okay? You have to calculate it. So this is not always very perfect, but it is useful. What you can say about any value of omega invariant? Can you see anything particular from this formula? Yes, it's an even number because the bracket, inside the bracket, the number is even. It's an integer multiplied by 2. An integer multiplied by 2 is always an even number. So what can we get out of this? We can say that if for a given set, if we get an odd number, if you calculate the omega invariant and if you get an odd number by the method formula I gave, then there is no realizations having this set as a vertex set, okay, as a degree sequence. So, for example, this is a direct result, as we said, and if omega is odd, omega is this formula, you remember? It's an integer formula. It's a formula consisting of integers, and it could be odd. Or for example, if A3 is 5, if you change it by 4 instead of 5, if you take 4, then you will get alternative parity. Okay, if you have even, then you now get odd number. If you had odd number, then you now get even number. So easily this number could be even or odd. So if you calculate it as an odd number, then you relax. You have nothing more to do because it is odd and it's no good. Okay, there's nothing to do because there's no graph. It's not realizable. Another very strong result for all trees, because if you study graph theory, if you study computer science, you know that trees are very important and they are uncontrollable because they have very, very big number of types. Okay, for example, for tournaments, there are trees. For example, World Cup is coming next week. Probably there will be 32 or 16 teams, probably 32. Even not in the beginning, at some point it will be a power of 2, because after that, if you have 32 teams, they play 2 by 2, for example, in a tournament, normal tournament, then you get 16 winners. Out of these 16 winners, in the next tour, you get 8 winners. After that, in quarterfinals, you get 4 winners. In semifinals, you get, and in the finals at the end, you get 2 teams, you know. Out of 2 teams, 1 champion you get. So there is a tree like that. In all probabilistic calculations, in all algorithms, you have trees. At some vertices, you have either yes or no. So this is also a tree. There are many applications of trees. They are connected graphs with no cycles, no closed regions, okay? Acyclic, that means. So for such planar graphs, if you want it to be a tree, then omega must be -2. This is a if and only if condition. Yes, R is the number R of faces. You remember the figure? I said omega is 10 and R was 6, we counted. Okay, so if you get 10 divided by 2, 5, plus, what is C? Let's check. C is the number of components. You remember the graph was connected in one piece. So C is 1. If you have disconnected graphs, then C could be higher, 2, 3, 5, okay? So if you have 1, this is 10 over 2, 5. 5 plus 1 is 6. So this picture we have seen has 6 faces. You see 1, 2, 3, and here there are 3 more. You pull this string out. You see? So you will get something like this. So there will be a triangular face here. There will be a triangular face here. And there will be some strange face here. You see? Okay. So although there you can guess that there are 4 regions here, 4 faces, there are actually 3 faces here in this region. Okay, this is a complete graph of order 4 actually, K4. Okay, so we know the number of faces, and the number of faces is directly related to omega invariant. So let me point out some very important information. There were no importance for A2. You remember the vertices of a vertex degree 2 are not important for omega invariant, because think of a vertex of degree 2. For example, this is an edge, okay, my friends, this is an edge. And if you put a vertex onto it, just a vertex here, then this will be vertex of degree 2 because it's connected to this vertex and it is connected to this vertex. So does it change the number of faces here? No. If it was a pentagon, for example, now it's a hexagon. It just increases the number of, the length of the cycle, if there is one. Okay, so 2 is really not important in our calculations. The number of vertices of degree 2 is not important. We don't worry about them. Okay, so this is the number for the number of faces. We have lower bounds. We shall use this, so I will remind you. The lower bound for the number of components, it's a general idea, is greater than or equal to n minus m, which is, of course, minus omega divided by 2. Okay, let's keep this in mind a little bit. I shall give the formula again when we need it. Okay, my friends, let's have a break now, a small break for breathing. We have already defined omega invariant, and we have already seen a few basic properties about realizability. Remember, the idea, the title was omega invariant, but we need omega invariant for our calculations. The topic was degree sequences, okay? So, although there is no classification of graphs in terms of numbers, in terms of some graph parameters, we managed to obtain 3 classes, okay, for graphs. One class is the ones with omega equals to -2, trees, that means, okay? One class is omega is greater than or equal to 0, and another class is the graphs with omega is less than or equal to -4. When I talk this about these ideas every time, students usually ask me what happens if omega is 1, for example, or -1, or -3, okay? But they forget that omega is an even number. So omega is -2 is a class. The right-hand side, for you to left-hand side, omega is less than or equal to -2, and this side, omega is greater than or equal to 0, okay? So these 3 classes, less than or equal to -4, -2 exactly, and non-zero, non-negative even numbers. They form three classes. Very important. In all, I don't want to talk too much about this because it's not directly related to our topic. We obtained algorithms, we gave theorems for these three cases, and in each case we have some method, some algorithm to obtain the graphs. Okay, how we can draw the graphs is given by three algorithms. Now, my friends, more concrete calculations. I will ask 8 problems, and we shall answer these 8 problems with the properties of new properties of omega invariant. And this will show you how powerful, how useful omega invariant is. So the question, as you see, is that is the degree sequence realizable? We have seen some examples like this. You remember? Is the degree sequence realizable? And the second question, what is the cyclomatic number? Something new we haven't heard it before. It is the cyclomatic number. It comes from the number of cycles. Okay, so it is the number of independent cycles. Okay, not overlapping cycles. So the answer is, let's calculate omega. Let's calculate it once more because we only had one example and it would be helpful to have another calculation. 3 minus 2, 1 times 1. Okay, I'm sorry. 3 minus 2, 1 times 3. We have 3, don't forget. 2 times 4 minus 2, 2 is 4. We have 7. 1 times 5 minus 2 is 3. We have now 10. And 1 times 5. We have 15 already. Okay, my friends? Minus A1 is 3. So 15 minus 3 is 12. You see, this is just the calculation. So this is even. So you remember, algorithm says, the result says, if omega is odd, no realizability. If omega is even, it is realizable. So it is good. Actually, it's bad. We have many things to do. If it was odd, we shall close the case. We used to close the case, but now we have to do more calculations. The second question was at least the cyclomatic number, about the cyclomatic number. You remember again the number of phases, the number of independent cycles are, it was given by omega divided by 2 plus the number of components. So omega is 12. 12 divided by 2 is 6. And if you want a connected realization, which is usual, then you add 1. But for example, in the question, if it says we want a realization with 5 components, for example, then the question would be, can we have a realization with 5 components if it's possible? If it is, then how we can draw it? That was the idea, okay? And what would be number of phases, for example, the cyclomatic number. So this is 7, as you can see. If you draw, very important this point, just please concentrate. If you draw any graph, any, because why I say any, there are at least 1,000 graphs, maybe more, okay, out of this sequence or set, then all of them will have 7 phases if they are all connected, okay? If they are not connected, if they have 2 components, they will have 2 here, so this number will be 8. They will all have 8 phases. For example, 5 phases in one component 3 faces in the second component, maybe, okay? Or 6 in one, 2 in other. All right. So next problem is, what is maximum and minimum number of components? Okay, so you are given this set. There are 4 plus 2 plus 2, 8 vertices, you know, 8 vertices. But there are millions of graphs having 8 vertices. With this vertex degree, of course, it is limited, but at least a few hundred graphs maybe can be drawn with this degree sequence. So, what is the minimum number of components? Could it be 1? Because number of components is a counting number, so the minimum is 1. Okay, at least there should be 1 vertex. You see, so it will be a component. So the number of components minimum is 1. We actually had a formula, if you remember. It was the lower bound we gave. It was minus omega divided by 2, which was equal to n minus m, if you remember, n minus m. So you can calculate the number n and m from here, and you can get the lower bound. Let me check. You remember, this was the idea, this was the result. The number of components is bounded by this number as a lower bound, okay? So as this number is 12, then we get minus 6. Of course, in this case, to know that a positive number, a counting number, is greater than or equal to minus 6 is no use, because it's already at least 1. Okay, so we take it as 1. So the lower bound is 1. The minimum number of components is 1. So my friends, what is the maximum number? Because the question asks you minimum and maximum number of components. So this is a nice formula. You can always use this formula. It's not graph theoretical one. It's just in any drawing, in topology, in analysis, everywhere you can use it. If you have a figure, like a graph, if you have a simplicial complex, if you have a complex, if you have a simplex in topology, everywhere you can use this. For such a degree sequence, okay, if it is realizable, then the maximum number of components will be this number. The sum of AIs for even degrees and the sum of AIs, the multiplicities, for odd degrees divided by 2. We add them up and we get the number of maximum components. It is difficult to understand. I shall give you an example. This was the set, an easy set, small set. So how we calculate the number of maximum components? Here as 5. This is, you see, 5 components. 1 component, 2 component, 3 component, 4 component, 5 component. Component means maximum sized minimum sets, okay? Connected components sometimes say, but component is already connected. So connected pieces of the whole graph. If it's not connected itself, then it is disconnected, it has pieces, and what is the number of maximum pieces is 5. So how we calculate it? You remember the vertex degrees 3, 4, and 5. Okay, 3 and 5 are odd, so they go here. So if you have odd vertex degrees, then you add their multiplicities together. So you see 2 and 4. 2 and 4 is 6. Divided by 2 is 3. This part is 3. Now we have even vertex degrees and we sum up their multiplicities. You see, we have only 4 as even vertex degree. So we sum up, but there is nothing else, only 4 is there. So we write 2 here. This was 3, so we get 5. So if someone tells you, or if someone asks you, please obtain me, please draw me a graph with these vertex degrees, and I want it in 6 pieces, for example, or in 7 pieces. You say, no, my friend, it is not possible because maximum number is 5. Okay, you can obtain 4 components, 4 pieces, okay, 4 smaller graphs, making all together as a one graph, okay? Or you can obtain 2, 3, whatever, between 1 and 5. So this is this particular realization. Let's check the vertex degrees. This vertex has degree 5. You see 2 here, 2 here, and 1 to the other vertex. So this vertex is of degree 5. This is the similar one. So the 2 vertices of degree 5 are here. There are 4 vertices of degree 3. So 1, you see this is of degree 3 because it has 1 edge here, 1 edge here, and 1 edge here. So this is of degree 3, this is of degree 3, 3, 3. So all of them are here. And this is of degree 4. You see 1, 2, 3, and 4. Okay, like this one. So the vertices, 2 vertices of degree 4 are forming one small graph each. Okay. So next problem, my friends. In the morning, in Turkey, of course, it's earlier, much earlier than Indonesia. So it was dark when I started. Now it's lighter outside, as you can see. So you need some hot drink always. Sorry for drinking in front of you, but otherwise you will not hear my voice. Okay, my friends. The third problem is, given a set, how we can find its connected realizations. You remember there was 3 groups of graphs. Omega equals to -2, left-hand side and right-hand side. This is one class of graphs, this is one class of graphs, and this is one class of graphs. We gave, as I said before, 3 algorithms to draw realizations. So what we do is, briefly, you don't know the algorithm, so you will not be able to follow the steps, but I will just give you a sketch, brief sketch of the idea of the algorithm. You calculate omega. Omega is 0, so it is in the third group, okay? Positive or 0. We know that D is realizable and also potentially connected. What is potentially, my friends? Potentially means there is at least one potential drawing, potential graph, okay, with this property. What is property? Connected, potentially connected. So this means at least one of the realizations will be connected. It says potentially connected. You may see this idea potentially and forcibly for anything. For example, potentially connected or potentially compact, potentially continuous, potentially whatever, okay? Or forcibly connected, forcibly compact, forcibly open. Okay, this means potentially means there are alternatives and at least one of them will satisfy this. Forcibly means all of them have to satisfy this property. If it is forcibly connected, all realizations will be connected, that means. But here we know that it is potentially connected. There are some realizations which are in one piece connected, But there are some realizations, they are not connected, they are disconnected, they consist of at least two pieces, okay? One piece of graph here and another piece here, okay? They are not connected to each other. So we start with the sum of vertex multiplicities, 2 plus 3 plus 1 plus 2, so we get 8. So we draw 8gon, okay, octagon, and we continue the algorithm to obtain the graph like this, okay? So this is a connected graph with this vertex degree set. There are, of course, other realizations like this, and algorithm says if you have an octagon with 8 vertices here, then you can have 7gon, or hexagon, or pentagon, or a quadrilateral, or a triangle, or a, let me say, 2gon, or this one, 1gon. Normally, the n-gons, the polygons, start with 3 vertices and 3 edges, but you can combinatorial, for combinatorial calculations, you can say that this is a 2gon and this is a 1gon. Okay, my friends. So now, problem 4. How we can decide whether a realization of a given degree sequence is connected. This is very important, my friends. Let's think the general problem. You are given a set of integers. You will draw the realizations, maybe 1,000, 1 million, I don't know the number. Lots of graphs, everywhere is full of graphs, okay? Are they connected or not? If you know this, then you can concentrate, for example, only on disconnected graphs, okay? Or only on connected graphs. You know that it's connected, so you don't have to worry about other parts, okay? So this is very important question. This is very important question. And it was open problem. One example, for this set, 1 to 6, for twice. So there are 2 vertices of degree 4 and 6 vertices of degree 6, here and here. So that means for this set, we get a connected graph and a disconnected graph, you see? So that means for a set, we can have both. Is it good or bad? You decided about it. Sometimes it's good. It depends on your purpose. If you want more variety, then it is good. But if you want to concentrate only on connected graphs, you have to put some more conditions, okay? So what is guaranteed? This first sentence is very important, actually. All graphs, if you calculate omega, and if it is less than -4 or equal to -4, then any drawing, any realization will be disconnected. There is no way you can draw it as a connected graph. Okay, that's very, very strong proposition. And if, on the contrary, if omega is greater than or equal to -2, then there are some graphs connected, there are some disconnected, okay? So both ways are possible if omega is at least -2. But if omega is maximum -4, -4, -6, -8, -10, then surely all realizations will be disconnected. So for this set, omega is -4. -4 means disconnected. What was the number of component? You remember omega divided by -2. Okay, so you will get the minimum number of components as 2. So this is the minimum number of components drawing. So this is another drawing with 1, 2, 3 pieces. Here we have 2 pieces. Another problem, we are going towards the end, very fastly. So can you give a realization of this set with, in particular, 3 components? Someone needs 3 components drawings, okay? So we have to concentrate on 3 components. How we can do it? First of all, can we do it? That's the main problem. So what is the minimum number of components and maximum number of components? If 3 is between these 2, then it's okay. But if maximum number of components is 2, for example, or 1, then the answer will be no, don't try it, okay? So now omega is 0, if you calculate. Then omega is greater than or equal to -2, so it is potentially connected. So that means the lower bound is 1. What is the maximum number of components? You remember this formula. You calculate the multiplicities of even vertex degrees. What are the even vertex degrees? 2 and 4. 2 and 4. What are the multiplicities? 3 and 1. So 3 and 1 goes here. You see 3 and 1. Now look at degree 1, degree 3, degree 5. What are the multiplicities? 13 plus 2 plus 3. So 18. 18 divided by 2 is 9. Here we have 4, so we get 13. So my friends, we are relaxed because it is bigger than 3. Okay, so we have at least 1 or maximum 13 components. 3 is between, so we can do it. How we can do it? For example, this one. Okay, using the algorithm, you can get this. Actually, you can get maybe 1,000 more graphs like this one with this condition. Okay, so not only one there is, but still we don't know the number of them. As I said in the beginning, we are working on it. This time we want maximum and minimum cycle lengths. Cycle lengths is between 1 and 3 plus 1 plus 2 plus 3. Okay, except this one, except the number of vertices of degree 1, the other vertices, their total number is important. So it will give you 3, 5, 6, 9. 9 will be the maximum cycle length. Why we need the cycle length? Because in some applications with graph theory, you need the cycle length. Odd cycles, even cycles, these are important. You know, Hamiltonian cycles, for example, okay? Very important problems are solved by the length of cycles. So the number of cycles is important. So maximum, it could be 9. This is some new result, for example. So last 2 problems. How can we decide whether a given degree sequence is potentially connected? I have given the answer actually, I forget. If you remember, yes, potentially connectedness. Potential, sorry, I've given you connectedness condition. If it is at least a maximum -4, then it was surely disconnected. But for potentially connectedness, I will recall a theorem. This is a theorem from 1964 by Edmonds. Edmonds proved that long time ago, 58 years ago, this theorem, for a given degree sequence, D is potentially connected if and only if this condition is satisfied. Okay, what is this condition? The sum of DIs, you calculate the sum of DIs and you compare this 2 times n minus 1. First, you have to calculate n, and you have to do some calculations, as you see. But we, by means of omega invariant, we shortened this proof, this method, okay? And I will give you comparison between 2 in next slide. So, by omega invariant, we give this result instead of this condition, which is very sometimes tricky to calculate. Not difficult, but you can make mistakes. Instead of it, we just calculate omega invariant. Omega invariant is very easy thing, okay? So if at least -2, if omega is -2 is at least, then this is potentially connected, okay? This is much more stronger. Proof is easy. So I will give you two methods together. This is Edmonds method for this problem. This set is given. First, you have to calculate the sum of di's. 12 times 1, 7 times 2, okay? You calculate this. So the number of, the sum of vertex degrees is 62. The left-hand side is 62. What about the right-hand side? You have to calculate n. N is the sum of these numbers. Of course, the set is small. It could be very big data set, okay? If you have a data set with thousands, for example, dots, then you have to calculate all of them. You need computer program, okay? So you do it, not too difficult, but you need time. So n is 28. So if you put here 28, this is 27 multiplied by 2 is 54. And on the left-hand side, 62. So 62 is greater than or equal to 54 is good. So we know that by Edmonds theorem, it is potentially connected. By omega invariant, you just calculate omega is 6. Then you just check whether it's -2 or bigger. You see the condition. Then we get 6 is larger than -2. So we know that it is potentially connected. So I told you two more, but I deleted one, I remember now. So this was the last problem, last question I proposed you with answers. So as you see, just in summary, as you see, omega invariant is a nice graph invariant. Why we call it invariant? Because for some set, some degree sequence or some set of positive integers, it does not change. It takes always the same value, okay? It is related to number of cycles in the graph, also known as cyclomatic number. It is related to Euler characteristic very closely. It is related to the number of, the length of cycles, you see. It is related to order and size of the graph. So you can do many things. You can calculate upper and lower bounds of topological graph indices, for example. We've done, maybe here, I put here, matching numbers. No, yeah, here at that. It is always already printed, actually. For example, you can calculate some topological graph indices by means of omega invariant. You can calculate the index for a class of graphs, and you can get the maximum and minimum numbers, at least. Extremal problems, they are called. So you can, what we are doing now, I should maybe finalize with this. We are working about an algorithm to obtain the total number of graph realizations out of a degree sequence, out of a set. You are given a set, you want to know how many graphs you can draw out of this set. 1, or maybe 0, or maybe 1,000, or maybe 1 billion. We don't know. It's an open problem. How we act, the algorithm I shall tell you. We start with calculating Cmax. What was Cmax? Cmax was the maximum number of components. You remember the odd ones and even ones divided by 2, this formula. So you calculate Cmax. If it is 5, let me say, then you draw maximum number of components drawings in a few ways only. Okay, usually in one way, but sometimes in more than one way. You start with each one, then you carry some vertex from one component to other. Okay, so you have to consider the ways of carrying vertices from one component to others. Okay, so in this way you get 4 component drawings. You have combinatorial numbers, of course, like combinations, permutations. Okay, so you get the number of components 4 graphs. Then you do the same again to reduce the number of components into 3 by carrying one vertex from one component to another one. If you carry it to another one, then the number of components will be reduced by 1. Okay, so you do it until the lower the component number, usually 1. And at the end, you will get all possibilities and you add them up to get the number of graphs at the end. This will be a great achievement if we could do this, because there are no certain formula for all graphs or for some class of graphs. Only small number of vertices, like 7 up to 11 maybe, order 11, the number of total graphs are known. But after 12, 13, the number gets very crazy, and there is no way of calculating it even by computer. So it will be a nice problem if we can solve it. So this is what I can talk about omega invariant for the moment. I hope you can someday in the future come across with some ideas related to omega invariant, and you can always call me, you can always contact me face to face or by email, by anything. I will try to be helpful. So thank you for listening again. Thank you for invitation also.
For very interesting talk about the new properties of degree squares of graph. Okay, now we come to the discussion time. For participants who are joining the Zoom or participants who are in this room, you can ask to the Professor Changgol if you have any question. Please welcome. If you want to ask directly to the Professor Changgol, you can use the right hand feature in the Zoom, or you can write it in the chat box.
Okay.
Okay, once again, any question? Maybe we will wait for a second, please, Professor. Yes, it worked, Professor. It has already worked.
Good. Otherwise, it would be very boring looking at the same slide 1.5 hours.
Dr. Senda, we have medical question. Oh. Professor, maybe there is no question from the audience.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, because your presentation is very clear now.
And I think it is very interesting topic about the degree squared of graph. And we do hope that the next time we can have some research maybe.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Professor Chandra, now let's a little bit about the Professor Chandra about the new properties of degree squared of graph. We know that there are many properties which can be discussed with Professor Chandra. And in the introduction, we know that the graph theory has many applications in real life. It can be in the social science, chemistry, physics, and etc. And Professor Changgul talked about the omega invariant for any graph is equal to n times m minus n. Let B equal to the set of B1 into until the delta be a set of non-negative integer. We said that a graph is a realization of the set D if the degree squared G is equal to D, and it's called realizable. And it is clear from the definition that for the realizable degree squares, there is at least one graph that we degree squared. There are so many theorems and problems related to the degree squares of graphs. And for further discussion and further research, you can contact Mr. Professor Chandu. Okay, I think it's all. Let's we give a round of applause for Professor Ismail Nasri Chandu.
Thank you.
By the end of the talk of the Professor Chandu, this is the end of the session in the first ICCGANT 2022. And I am Robiatul Adabia as a moderator. Would like to ask you for apologize if there are any mistakes during this first day of plenary session. And see you tomorrow. For the next agenda, I will give it back to the master of the ceremony. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Prof. Nasi Changgul. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, dear friend. Hope to see you soon. Hope to see you soon. Next year at the latest.
Yeah.
Have a good time with the meeting, and I'm sure it will be a very nice one. You are very experienced already with the meetings. So hope to meet soon with your team, your friends, your rector, all of you. Thank you very much for the invitation again. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, so this is the end of our plenary session of today's event. And thank you very much to our three keynote speakers, Dr. M. Chalam, Professor Dr. Andes David, MSc, PhD, and Professor Dr. Ismail Naci Chandra for the amazing and very outstanding presentations.
Kami sampaikan terima kasih kepada ketiga pembicara tamu kita, Dr. MPKT Chalam, Profesor Dr. Andes David, MSc, PhD, Profesor Dr. Ismail Naci Chandra, dan juga kepada Ibu Rizky Robiatul Adawiyah, SPD MSc sebagai moderator.
Thank you very much to Ms. Robiatul Adawiyah, SPD MSc, for moderator. And ladies and gentlemen, before we end this session, before we enter into the last agenda, we still have a certificate awarding ceremony for our keynote speaker and moderator.
Hadirin sekalian, sebelum memasuki agenda terakhir, kita memiliki sesi penyerahan sertifikat kepada para pembicara tamu dan moderator kita pada hari ini.
I would like to invite Dr. M. Chalam to join with us stage for the awarding ceremony.
Kepada Dr. M. Chalam dari Komodo Art and Science College India, kami persilakan maju ke atas panggung.
And I would like to invite Dr. Ika Hesti Agustin for giving the certificates.
Dan kami persilakan kepada Ibu Dr. Ika Hesti.
Ladies and gentlemen, please give applause for Dr. M. Chalam. Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. M. Chalam from Combinatorics Art and Science College, India. And then the next awarding session, I would like to invite Professor Dr. Andes David, MSc, PhD, from University of Jember. Please come join with us in this place.
Pada Profesor Dr. Andes David, MSc, PhD dari Universitas Jember, kami persilakan maju ke atas panggung.
Ayo ya, Bu.
And I would like to invite Dr. Ika Hesti Agustin to giving the certificate.
Dan kami persilakan kepada Ibu Dr. Ika Hesti Agustin untuk atas panggung.
Thank you very much to Professor David. And the third speaker, Professor Dr. Ismail Naci Chandra from University of Turkey.
Pada Profesor Dr. Ismail Naci Chandra dari Uludag University Turki, kami persilakan maju di atas panggung.
Are you still there, sir?
Yes.
Yes. So actually, you can join with us today, but it's actually the symbolic of your awarding session.
Thank you.
Please to Professor David to give the award to representative of Professor Dr. Ismail Naci Chandra.
This is for you, Professor Naci Chandra.
Thank you, my friend. Please keep it. Next year I will get it.
Thank you very much, Professor Dr. Ismail Naci Chandra.
Thank you, my friend.
Give a big applause for our keynote speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, time goes so fast, and now we are entering the last agenda. that is closing and taking a documentation. And having answer together, please to all participants in Zoom meetings to turn your camera on. Thank you.
Hadirin sekalian, tidak terasa waktu berlalu, kita memasuki acara terakhir yaitu sesi foto bersama dengan seluruh partisipan. Kepada seluruh partisipan diharapkan menghidupkan kamera masing-masing.
And all the participants in offline sessions, please come forward. Please.
Ini Mas Siti di sini. Di situ juga ya sama saja barang mahal.
Our team was drowning at work. Our days.
Terus. Ya, bisa.
And please take a rest and see you later at 2:30 p.m. in Western Indonesia time.
Terima kasih kepada seluruh partisipan. Sebelum mengakhiri acara ini, izinkan kami menyampaikan informasi bahwa setelah ini akan ada sesi paralel yang akan dilaksanakan melalui Zoom breakout room pada pukul 14.30 WIB. Kepada seluruh partisipan diharap untuk tidak meninggalkan Zoom ini dan disilakan untuk beristirahat sejenak. Terima kasih.
Ladies and gentlemen, for your additional information, tomorrow in 16 November 2022, we still have the second day of conference start from 8 p.m. in Western Indonesian time.
Kami informasikan kembali bahwa besok 16 November 2022 kita masih memiliki agenda konferensi di hari kedua yang akan dimulai pukul 8 WIB.
Finally, this is the end of the first day of the international conference on Combinatorics and Network Topology 2022. Ladies and gentlemen, let us close this event by saying hamdalah together.
Hadirin sekalian, marilah kita tutup dengan bacaan hamdalah bersama-sama.
Alhamdulillah. For the last, I do apologize if there were mistakes. Thank you very much for your kind attention and see you again tomorrow.
Akhir kata kami sampaikan permohonan maaf apabila ada sesuatu yang kurang dan berkenan. Terima kasih atas perhatiannya. Sampai jumpa esok hari.
Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Oke, I was lost, oh yeah, oh yeah. Oh no, I see a spider web is tangled up with me, and I lost my head and thought of all the stupid things I'd said.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Please welcome back to our parallel sessions. For your information, the parallel sessions will begin in about 10 minutes. So to all participants, please join with your breakout rooms. You can directly click the icons of breakout rooms in your Zoom meetings, and you can directly choose which room that you allocated in. And to all participants who haven't scheduled for today's presentation, you can select any breakout rooms you decide. Thank you.
Mohon perhatian kepada seluruh peserta, 10 menit lagi parallel session akan segera dimulai. Dan kepada para peserta, silakan untuk pilih breakout room, kemudian pilih sesuai dengan room masing-masing yang sudah ditentukan. Kemudian untuk yang tidak mendapatkan jadwal hari ini, bisa memilih room manapun. Terima kasih.
Once again, to all participants, the parallel session will begin in about 10 minutes. So to all participants, you can join to your breakout rooms. You can directly click the icon of breakout room in your Zooms, and you can choose which breakout rooms you are allocated. And to all participants who have no schedule for presentation today, you can select any breakout rooms you decide. Thank you.
Thank you. Terima kasih.
With all of all the stupid things I've done, and I never meant to cause you trouble. And I never meant to do you wrong. And well, if I ever caused you trouble, oh no, I never meant to do you harm. Oh no, I see a spider web and it's me in the middle. So I twist and turn, but here am I in my little bubble, singing out, I never meant to cause you trouble. I never meant to do you wrong. Well, if I ever caused you trouble, oh no, I never meant to do you harm. They spun a web for me. They spun a web for me. They spun a web for me.
Ini udah masuk.
For this one, if we put P relaxation. Let's go around.
Room biru.
Room 1.
Room berapa? Room 1 ya?
Sorry, sir, can we leave this Zoom?
Sure.